All right, how we doing? Let's just get settled in. Just getting settled in. Okay, we're gonna post that. I'll post it to Discord as well, my Discord. Okay. Hope anyone who's here is doing well. Let's see. Actually, how does it sound? Does it sound pretty good? Okay. Sounds fine, just from that one okay that I heard myself say. One viewer, yay, that's probably myself. um, and we will get started momentarily. It'll probably be a few minutes, like, could be, like, up to, like, 10 or 15. So, if you happen to be here, there'll just be a little bit of waiting. But, yeah, hope you're doing well. Meantime, I'm just going to check some stuff. All right. Welcome to the live stream. Hope you are doing well and hype for this match. The match being Ethan Eckroat versus Daniel Rupley. Ethan is rated 16-17, but just coming off a couple rough tournaments, so I'd like to think that his skill is higher than that, or at least his potential. And Daniel Rupley is, I think, 1492 or something like that. Hasn't played a lot of tournaments, plays a little bit more sporadically. So these will be very interesting games. I guess maybe I should do more of my promo, like, not promo, but I should maybe talk more about, like, the background and stuff when the players sort of get started. So, yeah, hope you're doing well. And as always, if you're in the chat, just feel free to say hi. I always like engagement. I like engagement over views. Like, I'd rather have 2 people in the chat but they talk than, like, 10 lurkers, even though it would do better for the view count. So, even if it's something, like, you know, silly or you don't think is worth being on the stream, you know, feel free to include whatever. Excuse me. Have a very, very light cough. That we're getting over, but still exists. So if I cough occasionally, that's my apologies. All right. It will be starting momentarily. Yo, Concho Chess Academy. Jeremiah, what's up? When does the match start? The match should start by 6 Central. No, it hasn't happened. You have not missed a beat. It's going to start around like 6, unless there are like some delays. It could even start earlier, so probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. I just boot up the stream early so that could be sort of like set. I don't have to worry about like, just like starting when they start or anything like that. So glad you guys are here. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well. And let me just go ahead and I'll show sort of like, how do you think it's going to go? Whoops, that's not, thankfully that wasn't a leak. How do I think it's going to go? That's a really good question. I mean, as you can see, Ethan's my friend from Baylor. Daniel is, or I think he goes by Dan, even though like technically his name is Daniel. I think that's on the US Chess site, but I'll try to call him Dan. In fact, just out of respect, I think I will change that if I can figure out how to do it. I think I gotta make a move. We'll say Dan. There we go. So, Ethan is my friend from Baylor. Dan is kind of a Waco chess veteran. I was saying earlier, he kind of plays more sporadically, so I expect Ethan to win. I think it would be a pretty massive upset if Ethan didn't win the match. I guess a tie could be conceivable, but definitely if he lost, I would be shocked. I think the question's going to be by how much. I think Ethan would like to win this match 4-0, obviously. Kind of like I did against Eric Ney, but I don't know, it's going to be hard. Like, I was actually calculating the ratings. Like, the ratings aren't all that much different. I think Ethan outrates him by like 125 points or something like that, if my math is not mistaken. So we'll see how it goes. I expect a win, but like a match win for Ethan, but it could be it could go either way. While we're at it, maybe we can sort of see. Oh, you can see that, can't you? Yeah, not that really matters. Not that I'm leaking anything. I just kind of forgot. I think you can see this anyway. So I'm just gonna reset all of this. I was checking something earlier. So 4 rounds. I'm gonna do this from Ethan's perspective. So 16-17. Oh no, sorry, that would be the score. Let's say 4 points, 16-17. And then his opponents would be 14-89, 14-89, 14-89, 14-89. Now sometimes for matches, it sort of like gives you less points than it would estimate for a tournament. But supposedly, if Ethan wins all 4 of his games, he gains 64 rating points. 64 is a nice number, by the way. He gains 64 rating points and goes to 1681, which would be close to his peak. Let's see if that's actually his peak, or what his peak is. Hopefully, throughout the course of the broadcast, I don't sound too biased. Obviously, I'm going to try to be impartial, but y'all should know Ethan's my friend, so I'm kind of rooting for him. But, Dan's also been a friend for a long time. It's just, wow, 7 viewers already. Oh, not that I really should. Okay, so 1681, his peak is 1685, so, excuse me. If he wins all his games, he should be about 1680. If he goes 3.5... Oh, whoops, that is not what I intended to do. If he goes, 1489, if he goes 3.5, he still gains some rating. I'm trying to see how many he needs to win in order to gain rating. Yeah, he needs 3 or better to gain rating / not lose rating. So, and Dan would only need to score 1.5 to gain a few points. And obviously, if he does better, that would be even better for his rating. So we'll see. Yeah, Dan's a player. He just plays kind of sporadically, but when he does, I do know he's like very solid. Sometimes maybe like a little bit too solid. I think, last time I played him was actually relatively recently, and he played a modern. And if I remember correctly, yeah, he played a modern, and I think just didn't have a great position out of the opening. So, we'll see how that goes. Ironically, maybe unironically, I don't know. I always get the exact usage of the word mixed up, but Ethan also plays in modern, so we could see a bunch of moderns, although I do know sometimes Ethan has been like diversifying. Like when he plays me in tournaments, he doesn't really play modern, which is understandable. I think a modern is something that could be good for against lower rated players when you're trying to sort of like tempt them. Tempt is not the word I was looking for. Like, persuade, no. Provoke. That's what I was trying to... That's the word. Provoke your opponent to sort of overextend. But maybe against more experienced, higher-rated players, it doesn't quite work that way. So, we'll see how it goes. Match will be starting potentially any minute. I might just need to check Facebook sometimes. And the best way for me to do that will be to leak. Since I did delete Facebook from my phone. Oh, they're starting now? Okay, cool. Oh, Chase with the promotion. That's nice. I'll give that a like. Yeah, Jason just texted me that they're starting. So, let me refresh this board. Let's see if he's actually telling the truth. I don't see any moves yet, so maybe they are about to. I was saying something else, but I forgot. But, yeah. Good luck to Dan and Ethan. Wait, okay. Wait, does it leak my text messages? I actually can't really tell. I probably should just use the phone. It was like OBS was being weird because like I tried to like sort of like this is before I started streaming. Before I started streaming, it would just I tried to make the source like the sort of like what do you call it, browser or whatever, or like the Windows source, but it went to my text messages. I didn't even realize it could do that without me sort of like authorizing it. So anywho, I don't think, not that it really matters. Like I'm not too concerned about too much of my text messages. It's not like they're, they get me in prison or anything like that. I don't see moves yet. Maybe they're working it out. Maybe there's a DGT issue. You never know. But yes, as of now, I see no moves. Potential co-commentator. Let me see. I'm doing like multiple things at once. Okay, there's a move. There's D4. Where is it? Okay. So Ethan plays D4. We will see how Dan responds. He goes knight f6. And let's see how Ethan takes this. He'll go c4. And now I'm trying to remember what Dan plays. He might play King's Indian. I don't exactly remember. Maybe a Nimzo too. But it doesn't really surprise me that he plays knight f6. Sorry, I'm texting someone. I'll be at the commentary here in a second. E6. Excuse me. Okay, knight f3, d5. I'm telling all 5 people I know to come and watch. Great, I appreciate that. Honestly, the fact that you know 5 people is impressive. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying, like, just knowing 5 people generally is impressive. Okay, let's focus on the chess. So, Ethan is going to employ a Catalan. After d5, Ethan played g3, bishop e7, bishop g2, and black castled. So, I think this is a really good opening for white, or it can be this Catalan. The thing is, and black is sort of at crossroads here. It kind of depends. Oh, he goes c6, which I think is the most natural move. But there are some highly theoretical lines. If black, for example, wanted to take the pawn, I think takes the pawn, c6. I think even b6 here is a move. You have a lot of moves as black, which is one of the things that sort of annoys me as white when I get these sort of positions, is that there's just a lot that black can do, and you just have to be prepared for all that. Another Catalan, you Baylor boys, I swear. For real, tell me about it. No, Ethan is a Catalan apologist. I support the Catalan in some, instances. Catalan, Neo-Catalan, yep. I mean, the idea, obviously, is that you sort of want to use your bishop on g2. So you want to open things up. Long term, you might want to play things like knight d2 and e4 and just kind of, use that space advantage. So b6, this is a logical way to play so far. The idea is that he's trying to go bishop b7 and sort of neutralize this bishop and maybe open things up with c5. That's a pretty common theme, and Ethan here is taking a little bit of a think. Ethan is taking a little bit of a think. I imagine, really without looking at the engine, oh, excuse me, probably the most logical continuation would be some combination of knight d2, b3, bishop e2, and then kind of striking with e4. But oftentimes, it can benefit you. Well, I guess here it doesn't really matter that much. I was going to say, sometimes you could wait for black to play e5 themselves so that you can take and sort of have a weakness. I'm not saying e5 here. I'm just saying, they prep it with, here. I actually don't know how they would do it. Maybe I'm thinking of a different position. Maybe, c5. But I think this is a different structure. Logan murdered me in a Catalan one time. I tried the b6 line. Yeah, it happens. I think b6 is solid. He plays knight d2. So, yeah, b6 is solid. I'm actually curious theoretically where that stands. It is the theoretical move after c6. It's c6, queen c2, and then b6. I think I played this against Ethan in Austin. I think we had this position. I think it went, knight d2, bishop b7. I want to say he played b3. Something like this. I'm not exactly sure how the game went. Okay, we have some moves. We have bishop b7 and rook d1. So he puts the rook on d1, sort of lining up with the queen, so that if he decides to explode with e4, then he has sort of an attack going for him, potentially. Again, it's not really, it's not necessarily dangerous yet, but it has potential. So, okay, wow, Dan plays knight to a6. Without putting this on the computer, I don't think it's that good. I mean, it's alright, I guess. Maybe he's trying to go knight b4, but then he would just go queen b1, so I'm not sure what that accomplishes. I would probably say he's trying to go for c5. You can accomplish the same thing with knight d2. So, knight a6 is a very interesting move. Not horrible. I mean, I think black's position's solid enough to where he's doing completely fine, sort of regardless of what he does, but a little bit questionable. I'm not exactly sure about this. So, we will see how Ethan handles it. Now, I'm not sure about this move by Ethan either. He goes a3. It's alright, I guess. I guess knight c7. Yeah, knight c7's possible. That actually might be reasonable. But I don't think he was really threatening to go here because he have queen b1. But then maybe he's worried about takes. I mean, then you play knight takes. I'm not exactly sure. If I'm white, I would have just gone, maybe a3 is okay. I probably would have gone... What if I go e4? e4? He'd say he goes knight b4. I mean, seems okay. Maybe there are just multiple moves you can play. So, his idea, apparently, after a3 is to play c5, which is what he does in the game. Which is fine. I just think maybe the knight would be better on d7. I'm not exactly sure. We'll see. I guess we'll see how this sort of transpires. So, black played c5. Very thematic, sort of when white has these two pawns in the center. Oftentimes, you can put your two pawns in the center as well and sort of, rival them. So, if Ethan were to take, then black has multiple options as to how he wants to recapture. And that would be good for him. And if he takes this way, then maybe the knight gets active, goes to c5, and you can hop into like e4 and stuff like that. So I would expect Ethan to just ignore c5, just generally. You know, I'd be trying to make e4 work, but e4 doesn't really work here because it takes. And then you can't really do that because you have the bishop there. You have the bishop and the knight. You have 3 defenders and only 2 attackers. Or sorry, 3 attackers, 2 defenders. You only have 2 defenders. So, after c5, what would I do? I'm thinking maybe b3 here is a reasonable move. Because I would probably be inclined to put the bishop on b2 anyway, if there's this sort of tension going on. Because if things ever open up, then so would your bishop potentially. I'm also trying to think about accomplishing e4. So I'm wondering if I can play something like... I don't even know how I would do it. I'm trying to make this work. See, this is where I would maybe rather have the other knight on d2. I want this knight here and this knight here so I can play e4. Well, no, never mind. That doesn't even work. Ignore everything I said. No, it would, because the bishop opens up, right? e4, take, bishop takes, right? Now, I don't know if you want to trade off your bishop, but that could be, hypothetically, that could be a possibility. So, if I can't really accomplish e4, I'm probably just going b3 and just playing. Yeah. I'd probably go b3, trying to see if there are any other sort of candidate moves. You could play knight e5, but knight e5 here seems a little hollow. I'm not exactly sure what that would accomplish, other than you kind of like open up your bishop. The knight wants to get e5 at some point. I would say so. Maybe here it's more reasonable now that the knight's on a6. Because normally this knight would be like over here, rivaling the knight. I think knight e5 is pretty reasonable. Maybe black just plays like knight d7 though, and sort of questions your knight, and they could follow it up with f6. Oh yeah, knight e5 does hang a pawn though, so we gotta be careful about that. But yeah, generally, I think having the knight on e5 is a good idea, or it can be. That's probably why I would play b3 first. Sort of play bishop e2 and just ensure that everything's protected. c5 pressures d4 too much. Right, I agree. There's this sort of tension going on where probably neither player is going to take, but there's always going to be the potential for that to happen. So, you never know. Oh, wow. White takes on c5. Okay. So white goes here, which I wouldn't expect to be the best move, but I assume he has something planned. Like, I think if a minor piece were to take back, he wants to play b4 and then put the bishop on b2. That seems reasonable. So I would say maybe knight takes is what he's going for. And then b4 puts the knight on e4. That would be scary. After something like knight takes, and can I just take? I guess black is just holding things. Can they play bishop takes? That's actually kind of funny. Yeah, they play bishop takes. They just hold everything together. But Dan does play knight takes c5. And I assume that Ethan's next move is just going to be to play b4. So that's actually pretty creative by Ethan. Because, like, conventionally, you don't really want to just take the pawn. But he decides to do so. Now, I would probably think as black, maybe the move is b takes, actually, to just sort of maintain this, which apparently the computer disagrees about. I'm not sure why. Oh, I think it's maybe because of like takes, and you have some weird knight c4 or something like that, and there's this, and the knight's hopping into e5. Interesting stuff. I'm not exactly sure, but he takes, Dan plays knight takes, white plays b4, and I would expect the knight to go to e4. I'm not really sure why you would do otherwise. I mean, if you go to d7, that's just kind of sad. So, I assume that knight e4 is going to happen. We'll see if it does. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm just checking something. The position fizzling into a draw favors Dan. We will see how much it fizzles. You could make a case for both ways, because I think oftentimes the high rate player is also sort of happy to just play. Oh yeah, the match situation. Yeah, in the match it would favor a draw would favor Dan for sure. But I think for this position specifically, it might be one that Ethan's comfortable with. Oh wow, he does not go knight e4. He goes knight to d7. A little puzzling, but also, I mean, I guess it's fine either way. I'm curious, like, the engine says, it says either is fine, but knight to e4 makes a lot more sense. I don't know. Knight e4, I wonder, if there's some variation he was worried about. Maybe he just didn't really like allowing this, and like the pin and things like that. So, I'm not exactly sure maybe what he saw, but, well, I did just say it, didn't I? Maybe he didn't like this. So, he goes knight d7. I guess it's solid for now. Probably not what I would have done, but it's also alright. So, I think Ethan should now just put the bishop on b2 and then just kind of chill. I'm actually be right back. I'm actually like insanely hungry now, so I'm just gonna go heat something up real quick. Then I'll be right back. Here, we'll leave it here. All right, I'm back. Oh wow, 16 viewers. Thank you all for being here. So, let's see what happened on the board. So after knight to d7, he played bishop b2, sort of positioning the bishop to have as much scope as possible. Dan played rook c8, aligning with the queen, and Ethan played queen b3. And Dan just played queen c7. So, very understandable play by both sides. They're just both sort of like increasing their, not increasing, I'm trying to say improving their pieces. So, they're trying to improve their pieces. Black's trying to put pressure here. White is just trying to like probably just put a rook on the c-file and just generally just like hold their space. Intercontinental ballistic missile gambit opening. What holds me back in position like this is that it's a bit stale, makes me want to play some crazy moves. Yes, so that's very reasonable. And this type of position is pretty stale. Like, you do have to discipline yourself to not just play something weird like, I don't know, it's White's move, like, I don't know, taking the pawn. Taking may not, I probably wouldn't. Well, actually, what if you take with the idea to go here? That could be possible, but I honestly wouldn't even bother. Just go rook c8. Sorry, rook c1, you might as well. I'm almost certain Ethan's going to play rook c1. So, but yeah, you do have, it does kind of take a level of patience. That's one of the things with the Catalan, like, it's a really solid opening, but it can also be pretty boring. So, I also crave blood and explosions. Yes. I actually find it hard as a commentator, because I play like this. I play boring stuff, just try to like bore my opponents and things like that. So when I'm playing and being patient, I can do it, but when I'm commentating, it's a little bit harder. So I have to like come up with stuff to say and just like, oh yeah, White's gonna go rook c1 and then like, you know, just do something, but it's not the easiest. So yeah, queen c7's on the board. So Dan is threatening to take because this pawn has 1, 2, 3 attackers and only 2 defenders. So Ethan does have to either defend or if he wants to take, which would be a little weird, but he's probably going to play rook c8. Sorry, rook c1. That would leave Dan in a pretty awkward spot because now Ethan is threatening to take, which would also attack the queen. So if I say rook c1 on the board, like, is Dan's best move just to go queen b8 or something? Or to take, which would also be, it's probably not take, it's probably like queen b8. Yeah, and then you sort of like put the pressure with the rook. Excuse me. Yeah, I think I was gone with queen c7. Queen c7 is a little bit of a weird move, I think. Queen c7 is a little bit weird to me because you just open this up. So, we'll see. Alright, let's take a little... Why wouldn't you swap pawns there to pull him out? Okay, that's a really good question. I assume you're talking about this. So, the problem is, if you take... Well, I would frame this more with the reason you want to maintain the tension. If you take, it kind of gives your opponent sort of opportunities to do whatever they want. That's a horrible way of wording it, but like this bishop opens up, they could hop the knight into the square. If for some reason they wanted to just put another pawn there, which I think would be the worst recapture, but if they wanted to put the pawn there, they could do that. So by taking, and let's say, you know, they play knight takes, even if they play knight takes, they would still sort of like open up the bishop. Although I assume the best move is after pawn takes to go bishop takes. Sorry, I'm a chess noob. No, you're so good. I can read between the lines. So the reason why you don't want to take is because it kind of lets, like, say, if you see this bishop is currently blocked by its own pawn. So if you were to ever take, you would give them the opportunity to sort of open up their bishop. And their bishop's much more active. They're attacking the queen. They are sort of, mirroring, not mirroring, I'm trying to think of that word, seeing your bishop. My commentary game's off a little bit today, by the way. Hopefully that's not really reflective. But they're kind of, they're they're reflecting your bishop. So that's sort of why I wouldn't do it. So Ethan does play rook c1 in the game, and Dan plays queen b8, which is what I thought he would do. And the reason, of course, you want to play queen b8 is because now you have this rook lined up with the queen. Even though it's not a direct attack, you only have one piece in the way. So if Dan were to just mess around and play like h6 or something, then Ethan would be able to take and open up the queen. After queen b8, you just take. Actually, you win another pawn. And yeah, this is a completely safe space, so don't worry. You can ask whatever questions you want. These are great because it kind of like lets the commentary keep going. So, all right, now I'm gonna take a bite of. Y'all want to know what I made? Well, not like downstairs earlier. I made this like a couple days ago. I made this Frito pie. I'm not necessarily proud of the aesthetics, but it tastes really good. It's also not that good for you. Like, I don't think I can be eating like this in like 5-10 years, but cheers, I guess. I don't know if 17 people want to be watching me eat, but, I gotta survive. I thought I was gonna eat after the round. Like, I thought I was just gonna, like, wait until, the game's finished and I would just get something. But, come for the chess and stay for the Frito pie ASMR. Yeah, exactly. That is what you do on a commentary stream. Yep. Frito pie, threw in some sour cream. If only I had jalapenos, I'd throw those in as well, but I don't. So, so Ethan's thinking. By the way, clock update. Ethan has 28 minutes left. Dan has 38 minutes left. So, Ethan's down a little bit on time. Sometimes, as a higher rated player, there might be a little bit more pressure on you to sort of make sure you're playing accurately, you're not messing up. So, oh wow, Ethan plays queen a4. Interesting. I'm not sure about this move. People are telling me they can't hear you well. Wait, do I sound fine? I think I sound fine. Let's see. I sound fine. We've got a minor league hockey team in Odessa, and they sell Frito pies. Oh, nice. That's cool. Yeah. Randy, shout out to you, but I would turn the volume up. So, alright. So, Ethan plays queen a4. And I was going to commentate on this move until I got rudely interrupted. Queen a8? I do not know what's going on. So, queen a4, I do not get. What's the idea behind queen a4? Maybe you're just trying to, like, I don't know. Yes, go Ethan. Dragon Force, how's it going? Good to see you. It makes up for them being a horrible hockey team. The roast. But honestly, yeah, if I had supported a, like, sports team and they sold Frito pies and they were good, you know, I could live with them being horrible. So, queen a4, I'm I'm a little puzzled. Maybe he's trying to, like, so you're not attacking the knight, nor are you attacking the pawn. So, I'm not exactly sure. Queen a4 is tattooed in your psyche. That is true. Yes, queen a4 is a legendary move. So maybe that's why he played it. Although I don't know why he wouldn't have done it earlier, because it's literally a legendary move. So, queen a8 is on the board and takes. All right. What if that was his idea, to, like, take, and maybe the bishop wouldn't tempo the queen or something? But I don't know, it's still kind of questionable. Yeah. I don't know the idea behind queen a4. Like, I don't know why he did it. I'm sure he'll have an explanation. Apparently Dan didn't sort of punish it the best way. Apparently he should have taken. Wait. Is there a tactic? Oh my gosh. It's takes? If knight takes... Okay, you go bishop takes f3, and then b5, and there's a fork. Okay. So not only was it misguided, but there is a tactic behind it, which Dan didn't see. Yeah, after queen a4, it kind of puts the queen in a position to be forked if he takes. If rook takes, then I assume it's just rook takes, and then, you know, bishop takes f3, and then b4. Sorry, b5. So, yeah, but after c takes, another move I'm puzzled by. Dan plays e takes, which I don't think is very good. Hold on, let me finish this pie, and then we'll sort of dive into it. Alright. I'm done with my Frito pie. No more ASMR, unless y'all want dessert or something. But, yeah, Mark, I do agree. That is reasonable. That's a findable tactic. I don't think Dan just gave himself enough time. I think he played queen a8, like, either instantly or almost instantly. He played this move. So, yeah, this is very questionable, too. I'm not trying to, like, criticize these guys, but it's just, like, what are you doing? Like, now, you're not only blocking your bishop, but you're blocking your queen. So, go get another Frito pie. If only that wasn't the last of my leftovers, I would totally do that. But maybe one day we'll have a Frito pie cooking stream. I'd be down to do that. But, yeah, I would play knight or bishop takes. Probably bishop takes. Just sort of, like, trying to, like, rival this bishop. And also sort of, like, stopping e4. Psychologically, he wanted to hold on to that bishop. Okay, maybe I could see what you're saying there. Still kind of puzzling. Ethan plays knight d4, by the way, which is apparently not the best move. What is the best move? Is there a tactic? That would kind of be my first question. I guess in his mind, he's setting up a battery. Well, the battery exists, regardless of if you take with this or this. Like, I'm not sure why you would do this. And the reason this is a bad move is because you're isolating your pawn, but also you're blocking this. And apparently computer has some, like, move. Oh, you go bishop h3. Bishop h3 was a move that Ethan could have played. So, you're threatening this with your queen, but you're also threatening this. So I think if he plays like rook d8, you would just play bishop takes f6, and the knight is pinned. But if you play bishop takes, you take the piece. So I think bishop h3 would have like won material. Probably his best defense would have been something like b5, queen takes. So this is a pawn. Make a note and ask him afterwards. Yeah, I mean, I think there will be a lot of questions for these players afterwards. But after bishop h3, if rook takes, so now this, you have to go like knight b8 or something. It's saying rook d8, and then you go rook c7. Yeah, this is just not fun. Rook c8. Yeah. So we'll see. I'm sure we'll hear from the players in some form or fashion, but yeah, I mean, I think he still has a really good position. I think like positionally he's getting what he wants with sort of the knight on d4, blockading the pawn, but you know, maybe there could have been better. I will be fair though. I did miss bishop h3 initially. I didn't see it without the computer. So what can Dan do? Maybe is a good question. I don't know. You have like 12 points of material just blocked. Maybe I would play like also shout out to the X Andrew XO for subscribing. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I just happened to get a notification, which is why I knew. But after knight d4, maybe I'm trying to play like knight e4 or something, but I'm not even sure how good that is. Knight e4, oh, it's a bad move because of this, so that wouldn't really work. Maybe I'd go like knight e5. Can I try to like trade off a bunch of pieces? I mean, I can't really trade off everything and get to endgame. Oh, like in a perfect world, that would be ideal. I just don't know how to do it though, right? But yeah, in a utopian society, we just take the queens off, we just take the knights off, we take a pair of pawns off, and we just play an endgame. But, you know, I'm just not sure how that's going to work practically. So, like, I'm trying to see, like, maybe this is a start. Knight e5, knight c6. If I just mess around a little bit. Takes. Apparently there's something, something better for white. I'm not exactly sure. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe that's what I would try, like something like this. But can you analyze rook takes c1, and rook c8? Oh, for that's probably what you're talking about. Yeah. So rook c1, rook c8. Bishop h3 might exist, but maybe it's a little bit less effective. It's not even that good. I imagine you can just trade and then go something, like even like knight e5 or something, and I guess you're doing okay. Like you're kind of liquidating. I guess after rook takes c1, rook c8, that probably is what Dan should do, which he didn't do, but I'll analyze this. I think Ethan has a move. Does he have like knight f5 or something? Not knight f5, but knight f5 does look juicy. He has something here. I can't, it says rook takes c8, queen takes, and then you just take the pawn on a7. Good job, way to go. Dan did not do all that. I think so long as there's a pin. Yeah, I think bishop h3 still exists in some facets, but after knight d4, he did not play any of that. He played rook to e8, which I guess is fair if he's just waiting. Like, you're not trying to force anything. You're just trying to sort of, like, sit there and wait for your opponent to mess up. I'm just not sure if you can afford to do that the whole game, but, you know, Ethan also can be prone to mess up winning positions, so it wouldn't shock me if something like that happens. Here, I mean, bishop h3 is still a move. The line goes like bishop h3, rook takes, then knight f8, which that would be good. That'd be progress for Ethan, because not only do you control the c file, but you sort of dominate it, because the bishop covers the c8 square. So you can't even put a rook on c8 to sort of rival it because of your bishop. Not to mention the knight could always hop in, and there are like multiple possibilities there. So we'll see if Ethan eventually comes around to playing bishop h3. Where's that d2 knight going, do you think? That's a good question. Well, obviously not these squares, unless something happens to this pawn, right? I could see a few possible routes. If I'm thinking of where I think it's going to go, probably, like, f3, then the bishop's going to be on h3. It could also just chill there for a while. I wouldn't really be opposed to just, like, letting it sit. The problem with, like, knight b3 is that you don't really have a forward square because of this pawn. And maybe what you can do, kind of maybe the more exotic route, would be to go, like, knight b1, knight c3. Not only do you just reroute the knight, but you also put pressure on this pawn. Well, maybe the pawn's not going to really feel the pressure that much because you do have a lot of defense on it. That's one thing I will give Dan credit, is that he is sort of protecting this really solidly, but that's just about it. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but we'll see. That might have been the reason Dan played rook e8, by the way, was to sort of like prepare knight f8. Which, yeah, from Ethan's perspective, bishop h3 makes a lot of sense. Trading everything doesn't really make sense. I'm not sure, why he would do that. I'm not saying he's, like, going to, or he did. I'm just saying, like, taking wouldn't make sense. Maybe he's trying to, maybe he is thinking about this knight. Knight f5 kind of makes sense. Knight f5, and the bishop's probably going to f8 regardless. So, but then you kind of have this problem of where's the knight going after, like, just g6. If I were Dan, I'd want Ethan to take the isolated pawn to clear the way. Oh, you'd, like, encourage him to take the pawn. Okay, that's interesting. That's an interesting way to think about it. We'd be down a pawn, which isn't always the end of the world. So, yes, conceptually I agree, like, if you just get rid of this pawn. I know if you got rid of it, like, they'd be threatening this. But let's just say, like, I guess, if you take and it's, like, white's move or whatever. Sorry. Nose is itchy. But, the problem is, I'm not sure how you sort of attack the pawn as white. Like, I'm not sure how you just, like, force your opponent to take it. How is knight b5 going for a7 and c7? I think knight b5 is a little bit premature, but there could be something there. Oh, whoops, sorry. But after rook e8, bishop h3. Yeah, knight b5 seems interesting. You are going after a7, which could be good. What I would wonder is, like, what if a6, just kind of the concrete move, and then you go knight c7. Knight b5 might run into bishop c6 though, is what I'm thinking. Yeah, there's bishop c6, and I mean, you're still doing fine after queen a6, and you force them to part ways with the bishop. Not bad. I mean, it's progress, though. Maybe it's not as premature as I thought initially, but it is really interesting, definitely. All right, be back in, like, 1 second. So Ethan is still taking his time. He has 19 minutes, like, just under 20 minutes. Dan still has 30. Coke Zero Frito Pie refill. I did actually have 2 Coke Zeros ready. So this is my old one that I sort of guzzled, this game. And then I have this one. So, well, oh yeah, let me show you both of them at the same time. So, but there's a chance we will need a third Coke Zero. Unfortunately, I can't refill Frito Pie. I'd have to make a whole new one, and then I'd have to like buy stuff. Because I don't have any left over. That was actually the last bit I had. So, but maybe we can have something else. I don't know. But okay, wow. Ethan plays knight to f1. Wait, sorry. Oh, sorry. Rook e8, knight to f1. You need one of those drink hats from SpongeBob. Oh, yeah, like, yeah, I see what you're saying. That would be cool. Drink hat. Interesting. Okay, not the move I probably would have played. I see where he's coming from, though. You're trying to hop the knight into e3, maybe? And then what? I guess f5 is stronger, potentially. Yes, and I think if I'm Dan, I just have to, like, take, and then go, like, I would think rook c8, but maybe you worry about your pawn hanging. The computer line is rook takes, and then a6. I think with the idea to go b5, you chase the queen, and then you have rook c8. And you just try to just trade the pieces and maybe get a draw. Which, it would be really good for him if he were able to draw the game, but it might be a tough task. Daniel needs his diet Dr. Kelp. Dr. Kelp. Huh. So a6 is on the board. So he goes a6 first, which is a good idea. He's trying to go b5. Not only that, but he's also protecting the a-pawn, because the a-pawn was hanging in a lot of situations. Like, for example, if you were to just trade and go rook c8, then after takes, you're in an awkward situation where if queen takes, you just hang the pawn. So, I do like that Dan's playing a6. He's playing a6, b5, and just trying to sort of unwind just a little bit. There's still some problems like with the isolated pawn and things like that, but otherwise, it's like, he's not playing horribly from here. My diet Dr. Kelp. Oh, is Dr. Kelp like some reference? I'm not some pop culture guy, so... So yes, a6 is on the board. So... Oh, wait. Oh, sorry, no. A6 first. This is the position. Here. There we go. We will see what white does. So the computer now wants white to just trade, which is kind of funny, actually. Because I think that's also what what black wants. Is, like, trade a lot of pieces. But maybe they see, like, b5 coming, and that the queen has to retreat, and, like, then maybe the knight's coming to b6 and c4. Yeah, actually, if Dan's able to pull that off, that could be good for him. So let's just say, like, Ethan messes around, plays, like, h3, b5, knight b6. I'll make a random move, knight c4. Apparently here, rook takes c1 is more accurate. And then bishop f8 for some reason. But yeah, you're getting the knight to c4. That could be actually really good for him if he sees it. Or he sees that idea. Ethan may regret queen a4. Yeah, he might. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not sure what queen a4 was. Like, I am baffled. After a6, the move is knight e3. So Ethan goes knight to e3 here. I assume he just wants to put more support on, like, f5. Maybe try pressure this a little bit more. But again, I'm not exactly sure. Because he already has 3 defenders. He has the queen, the knight, and the bishop all on that square. And you're only getting started with 2. So you need like, something like 3, and then, like, you just spawn a 4th or something like that. So I'm not exactly sure how he's going to sort of handle it, but I don't know. Yeah, a little flashback. Like I'm not sure what Queen A4 was. I have no idea what that was. I have no clue. But we only have the present. What's the quote from like that movie? It's like is it tomorrow's a like yesterday's in the past? It's like that like guy from like Kung Fu Panda. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Something about the present. I'm trying to think about and that's such a horrible sort of moment of awkwardness. Tomorrow's a mystery. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so Knight E3 is on the board, so we'll see what Dan does. Computer likes Bishop F8, which I assume kind of sidesteps Knight F5, so that if you go Knight F5, then they have G6. Yes, Master Oogway. I didn't know that. I was just like, I kind of forgot the quote, the exact quote. But yeah, once the Knight on F8, you know, if you play Bishop F8 and White goes Knight F5, you play G6, and then the Knight would just have to go back. So Dan plays B5, which it doesn't like, but honestly, I don't really think it's that bad of a move myself. Ethan goes Queen B3. Apparently the top move was Queen D1, which I'm not exactly sure why, but they're moving pretty quickly, so... Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, and today is a gift. That's why I call it present. Yes, that is why they call it the present. So, Queen A4 is history. The final result of this match is a mystery, and today is a gift. So if I were Ethan Ekro, I would forget that Queen A4 ever happened. Queen A4 is sometimes good, like when I play it at Jason's house, and it becomes a whole meme on the chess page, but... right now, you only have right now, and that's why they call it the present, because it's a gift. Let's go. Knight B6 is on the board. And apparently, Ethan should go Knight D to F5, and he's winning? Or close to it. I think the idea maybe now is that after, like, Bishop F8, is there, like, a Rook C7 or something like that? I don't know. Knight F5, Bishop F8... oh, there's just this. Oh, I'm blind. I'm such a bad commentator. So now, yeah, after Knight F5, there's actually some serious issues, like with this Knight and Bishop. So, hopefully he sees it. You don't know how lucky you are being around all these awesome chess players. Oh, no, yeah, dude, for real. No, it's definitely... no, Waco Chess Club's definitely by far the most vibrant, like, chess community, like... in Texas, if not the entire nation. Couldn't be more thankful. Like, you play Queen A4 in a casual game, and it's suddenly just a meme. You got, like, you know, pie matches, just, like, just stuff like that. Yeah, it's all awesome. I do really appreciate it. So... yeah, Dan's obviously trying to, you know, plot the knight into c4 and sort of make things a little bit better for him, or it's a little better seeming for him. It's just that concretely there might just be this knight f5 move, which sort of like, you know, could mess things up for him. Wait. Oh, I might be on the wrong variation. Am I on the wrong variation? I think I was on the variation with trades. I don't think take c1 happened. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I put in the wrong moves. On move 19, it was a6 first. a6, knight e3, b5, queen b3, knight b6, which still knight f5 is the best move. That theme hasn't changed. But he plays rook takes c8. Okay, I wonder what his idea is. Um, like after rook take, maybe he's then gonna go knight f5. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, my bad. Not really. Oh yeah, let me make sure that's the main variation. I don't want to lose it. Yeah, I probably spent like 5 or 10 minutes just on the wrong variation talking about it. We have no idea. We're happy to be part of it. Yeah. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. It didn't really make that much of a difference. It was just about just a trade on c8 or something. Now, here, knight d to f5 is winning even more than it was previously. Okay, so you want to know why? I was going to mention it until I realized like it was like all messed up. Right. So, the best move here is actually queen takes. Wait, no. Wait, is that right? Wait, hold on. I know that's right. We'll call it an analysis. Yeah, it was just an extended analysis. I'm trying to think. Queen c8, knight f5. How to say it? So after knight f5, the best move was bishop d8. So that bishop takes, you can play bishop takes. But with the rook on c8, after knight f5, bishop d8. Actually, I don't know. I'm just reading the computer too much. I just need to commentate on the chess. So I'm going to turn the eval bar on. But there's some knight takes g7 lines, is what I'm trying to say. Knight takes g7. Obviously, bishop f8. There's bishop takes f6. And the pawns are doubled. So, yeah, Ethan's doing really well here. You got the knight on f5. It's supported. Still got the isolated pawn to work with. So, we'll see if he can close it out. Time check, by the way. Dan has 24 minutes. Ethan has 14. So, yeah, if I'm Dan, I probably... I don't know, actually. Because I think... I was trying to look... I think I saw, like, the computer... Okay, he plays bishop f8. Which I don't think is really... I mean, I don't think it makes things better for him, necessarily. Don't you just snap this off, I think? Yeah, I think you just snap this off, and then you just have the knight dominating. Because not only do you double the pawns... But this pawn on g6 is no longer able to challenge the knight. So this is just going to, like, last. Maybe you can get some construction where you, like, put the bishop here and then play here to sort of, like, chase the knight that's protecting it. But for all intents and purposes, this knight is here to stay. For all intents and purposes, it's an outpost. In fact, is it technically an outpost? Or do you have to be protected by a pawn as well? But, I mean, yeah, either way, it's just like, yeah, this is just a very pretty position for a white. So, we'll see. I mean, this is a nice bishop. It might be hard to sort of just give away, but it is clearly. And, yep, he does it. He plays bishop takes f6. Dan should be playing g takes f6, and we will have this position, which is winning. The question is going to be how to sort of win. I think the key is to be a little bit patient. Like, you don't have to sort of, like, rush and do anything immediately. You have queen b2 and knight g4 to hit that pawn, too. Knight g4. Yes, there is that. So, something like knight g4 here. And then, actually, what do they do, actually, after knight g4? I guess they can play, like, knight back to d7. But then, like, already do you just have... Maybe even not, like... I'm trying to see if I can get my queen involved. Something like queen e3 or something like that. But that bishop kind of does protect some key squares. So, but yeah, even like queen b2 is probably not bad. Maybe I would try to aspire for some... Honestly, like, as not bad of a plan that is, I may rather just keep these guys here than win a pawn. I might just literally go like... I don't even know. Oh, excuse me. I'm trying to get this queen involved. I'm just not exactly sure how. Maybe I go like here. And then I like move the knight and then go here. And just try to like tickle. I think the key will be to be patient. Actually, after G takes, Ethan plays queen b2 immediately. Which, again, it's not bad, but maybe I would just do something else, but it's not bad. I guess it kind of forces Dan to sort of, like, find the best move, which I assume is just knight d7. Because if you go, like, here or here, that's just not good. Obviously, this hangs not only the bishop, but a fork. And bishop g7 is just bad. I mean, I'm pretty sure you could just, like, take it and then just put the other knight on f5, but maybe you don't even have to take it. Maybe you can just play, like, knight d6 or something. I'm sure there's something, but yeah, he probably should play knight d7, protect the pawn, and maybe Ethan will just settle for just winning the pawn, which may not be bad. It might be okay. All right, we'll see what happens. It's heating up. Players in the tank a little bit. The position's starting to clarify. We'll see what happens. I'm just going to confirm the engine. Oh, wow. The best move is knight c4. Not knight d7. Okay. So, I'm curious. Knight c4, and I just take the pawn. Okay, it is saying rook c6. You just kind of stave everything off temporarily. But, I mean, this is just a pawn-up position. Like, takes, rook h6. This is nothing to sort of, like, be proud of, necessarily. So, yeah, knight c4 is a very unnatural move. And after knight d7... Oh, you can just take the pawn. Yeah. Yeah, it actually is kind of hard to come up with a move for black. I think my calculation is knight d7, knight g4, knight takes bishop. Let's see what you're saying. So, knight d7, knight g4, bishop g7, takes, and Ethan has to figure it out. Yeah, that's reasonable. I think you have queen d2 here. It looks like you're going after this, and then you could sort of like take the pawn. But, yeah. Apparently after knight d7, he could just take the pawn on d5 if he wants. Yeah, you have 3 attackers, 2 defenders, so that would work. But, yeah, that's also a pretty good line, though. So, yeah. Okay, so Dan plays rook to e8. Probably realized I can't defend the pawn, so I might as well maybe just like... Maybe he's going to try to like curl up with like bishop e7 or something. Like just something, but I think you can just snap take the pawn and not even think about it. Like, you know, I mean, obviously like blunder check and everything, but I think you can just take without thinking. Computer does point out, which is good, he might be trying to go rook e6 after queen takes. But, I mean, a pawn's a pawn. I don't really think it matters that much. Like, if they get one tempoing move. Might stop, like, mate or whatever, but probably not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, so I would take. I'm not sure if there are really other strong candidate moves I would consider. Maybe you could go for something like this. But then the king just hides. You're not exactly sure where your mate is. But even what if I do something just like h4, h5, h6? Put a knight on g7. I'm not even sure if that's good, but it is fun to think about. This is rough. Ethan's probably calculating and double checking mates. Yeah, that's probably the case. I mean, it's pretty good position for white. Just take, and then you can go check, and then you have the whole world ahead of you. Okay, so he does take the pawn. And we'll see what Dan's response is. I would guess he'd probably play rook e6. Seems logical to me. Also, you might potentially have a threat. Oh, no, maybe not. I mean, you could play knight h6. Make them trade the bishop, and then, just, like, form your own mating attack with the knight. But if he plays rook e6, that'll be harder to accomplish. Queen takes f6, and white had knight g4 and knight h6 with mate coming. Yeah, knight g4, knight h6 is also a good point. So he plays rook e6, and I think the best move here is queen g5, if I'm not mistaken. After queen g5, I guess you could play rook g6. Then maybe you have like knight e7 or something, and then you just trade. And even if all else fails, you are up a pawn if you're Ethan. So nothing to be too much worried about. Like, if he gets low on time and can't figure out the attack, you can just play the game up a pawn, and you should be fine. Not to mention there's still pressure here. Well, I'm making all the wrong arrows. There's still pressure here. You have 3 attackers, 3 defenders, so you would have to sort of, like, contribute more, but that would be fun. You could maybe play queen d4 here, I wonder, and then just, like, take. That could check out. I'm not sure if it's really that good, though, but it's a possibility. And then you'd have, like, queen g4 as a backup as well. I like queen d4. Yeah, queen d4 is interesting, but we'll see what he does. I mean, you have to move the queen. Okay, he does go queen d4. There we go. We see our move on the board. So he is threatening to take the pawn if he wants. Because he has 1, 2, 3 attackers. Sorry, no. 4 attackers. 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces attacking the pawn. His opponent only has 1, 2... I'm trying to do a different color. 1, 2, 3 pieces defending the pawn. So if black just does something random, you can just take. And then you just trade into like a 2-pawn up endgame, which computer doesn't like as much. I'm just saying if you need to bail out or something. Apparently here there's just something way better, but queen d4 and black can't do nothing. Knight hanging and so is pawn. Yeah, well, the knight's not quite hanging because of the rook, but the knight is attacked, pawn is attacked. It is like, you centralize the queen. The queen can't really be attacked, so it is really good for white. Yo, I left to get my DoorDash and it's now plus 59. I did miss that message. Yeah. It is not looking good for white. I don't know where you left, but essentially white was able to play like knight f5 and then double the pawns. And white just has a beautiful position. Oh, whoops, not here. That didn't happen. We're on this position. I think knight g4 also, no matter what, is super strong. Oh yeah, knight g4 for sure. Now I'm not sure. You can't really go knight h6 yet because the rook and bishop protects the square. But if you can get support, maybe like queen f4, knight g4, queen f4 could be really strong. Black plays queen d8. So it does not change the number of defenders, but so you can do this if you want. He may not want to, though, because of the attack. But also, it's not like Ethan has all this time to figure out an attack. He only has 8.5 minutes left. His opponent has 17. So honestly, I know Computer's about to have an aneurysm here. I would just support just doing this. Even if he did this, and then just playing this endgame. You're up 2 pawns. It could be a little bit tricky, I guess, because this bishop could be good in some situations. And, you know, they're like, your extra pawn is kind of on the same side. It could be a little tricky to win, but I feel like he should just, like, be able to, you know, he should be able to win. So, and maybe, of course, you could just take intermediately. But you don't take, like, all the times. Like, knight takes. You know, maybe here you have a move, like, I don't know. Yeah, but we'll see what happens. Currently, queen d8 is on the board. And we'll see what happens. Ethan has 7 minutes left. Dan has 17. So Ethan with the good position, but the time sort of trouble potentially. Now he's down under 7 minutes. So knight takes d5, then e4. Yeah, that is possible. I think it does. That does actually work. Yeah, I don't know why Computer doesn't like it as much. Probably something technical. Like it's saying rook f6 here. I guess, you know, takes, you'd be able to take the knight. And then you're now suddenly sort of like targeting this guy. That seems good enough, though. I mean, just generally, just playing e4. Because I think after e4, he probably wouldn't find rook f6, is my guess. Even then, he can just play like knight e3, and he's solid. Okay, Ethan plays h4. So he doesn't take yet. He goes h4. Which I think is definitely a good move to sort of like just not rush, not do anything. Kind of what I was saying earlier. You could go h5, h6, potentially. I guess it is protected twice, so maybe it doesn't quite work in the same way. Dan plays h5. Not exactly sure you had to do this. Just because your opponent plays h4 doesn't mean you have to play h5, but I guess he is trying to prevent what Ethan wants to do. Seems like there's a lot of space. I guess there was already a lot of space near the king. So, yeah, at some point on Ethan, I think I would just bail out and just take. Bishop f3 on the board. Okay. So bishop f3 attacks the pawn. Not really straightforward to defend. So, yeah, bishop f3 is on the board. He did find it. Attacks the pawn, and there's not really a great way to defend. And then, of course, you know, knight g4 is going to come back to life, and then you just have a wonderful position. So, let's see if you're if you're Dan, what can you do? Probably like knight c4 or something. Knight c4 does hang the d5 pawn, so I'm not exactly sure. Hard to come up with moves, but we'll see what happens. Maybe you just do nothing. Just wait. Just hope your opponent messes up. Well, after bishop takes pawn, you might have queen g4. That is also true, because now rook g6 is not possible because of the bishop. No, that's very possible. That's true. Yeah, we'll see. I think it's saying the best move for black is queen f6, in which I think you can always like trade and then take the pawn. Unless you might have to be a little careful. It's like trade and then take. I was wondering if there's some d4, but I guess you have knight takes d4. I think computer says take the pawn first, and then you can like do this. This is just completely winning, obviously. You're already up 2 pawns. You're still pressuring this guy. It's clearly pretty good for you. Dan does play queen f6. That's the top engine line. So that's good for him. But the bad news is Ethan can probably just do whatever he wants, and he's okay. So, yeah. So I'm not exactly sure. Like, I'm not sure if Dan has that much hope. He might have a little bit. I mean, you know, Ethan's in time pressure now. He's under 5 minutes now. So there is a possibility of something happening, of stuff happening. But as of now, I'd say Ethan's looking pretty good. Also, I wonder... Oh, you can't really trade and take the pawn because the rook is attacking. What happens if I take? It is not good because of bishop takes, and you have rook e5 at the end. Oh, that's brutal. And then you have to find this queen a8, rook takes, rook d8 resource, and then that's just like queen h6. Like, you're up a piece, but you're kind of not. It's just kind of funny. Or sorry, I guess you're down a piece. Is what I'm trying to say. But Ethan does trade the queens. And is just gonna like just play this endgame, which is completely fair. I mean, you can take the pawn. Your knights are still doing really good. It's just a good position for him. I think his only hope is to try to get the light square bishop out of the way, open the light square somehow. Yeah, that would be good if he could somehow pull off like d4 or something and just open this guy up. Even if he did, I'm not sure that could overcome like the 2 knights being down 2 pawns and things like that, but that would be something, you know, you'd want to go for sure. Dan plays knight c4. Good move, I'd say, overall. I mean, trying to, like, liquidate, you know, if he takes, he could finally open up his bishop and also have a passed pawn. And also you're trying to distract this knight from this guy. So if you're, like, take, for instance, you just lose the horse on f5. So, not only that, but, like, both these guys are hanging. Wonder why not e4 if takes? Oh, there's knight f6, duh. So, but yeah, knight c4. But I think if Ethan just chills, he's doing okay. Thing is, it might be a spot where he could get impatient, especially in time pressure. I could see him taking, or maybe just playing something like bishop f3, but then this guy's hanging as well. Yeah, kind of hard to come up with a move. The top moves are either rook d3 or g4, neither of which are intuitive. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. I wonder how bad trading is. I mean, he could do this and then just, like, play this position. He goes bishop f3. Okay. I mean, you do hang the pawn, but I guess his idea is that he could just, like, do something like bishop takes, and then rook takes, so that you're sort of holding on to protection here. Seems reasonable. That's smart, actually. Ethan has 2.5 minutes left. Dan has 13.5 minutes left, so we'll see how this goes. Ethan might do well in time pressure, but I'm not exactly sure. Sometimes, like, when he's winning and is in time pressure, he starts to make questionable decisions, so we'll see what happens. Okay. Dan takes the pawn. I imagine that Ethan will probably play bishop takes, is my guess. Just to try to, like, trade off the bishops and win that pawn. So, I mean, computer says g4, but g4 is, like, not very natural. Maybe you're trying to go, like, g5 and, like, weirdly attack this rook. But Ethan is taking his time. I don't like the queen trade by Ethan. Felt it was easier to play with queen mate threats. That's actually interesting. I might push back a little bit just because of time pressure. I think in time pressure, it can be hard to sort of just, like, come up. I guess another move could have been queen f4. But in time pressure, it can be hard to sort of, like kind of, like, exhaust your, like, calculating capabilities. And then, you know, it might be easy to mess up with queens on the board. But I do see what you're saying. Bishop takes is on the board. And so the nice thing about this endgame is you'll have some easy moves. Like, you'll be able to play, like, you know, g4, rook d8. Maybe you go after this pawn. Maybe you just, like, maneuver your knights or something like that. Also, in time pressure, having the knights will be useful because of, like, forks and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. As soon as this game ends, I'm getting another Coke Zero. But I don't think I can get up now because I gotta see what happens here. Okay, so he does take. And obviously Ethan should play rook takes to sort of protect the knight. So if he played knight takes, you just hang the knight. That would be no good. Yep, he plays rook takes. I mean, Dan can take the pawn. I kind of just realized, actually. And I don't know, the two connected pass pawns, it could make things tricky. I think this is exactly what Dan wants. I guess after bishop takes, you can check. Well, I guess he has bishop, king h7. It doesn't force bishop f8 necessarily. And then saying g4 is, like, one of the only moves. So I don't know. I actually don't know what's going on. Just, like, practically. Because now you'd only be up one pawn. You're only up one pawn, and it's on the king side. Whereas he has these queen side pawns that could be running. I think the reason why is much better here is because of the knights. And just kind of, like, you know, just, like, associated threats and things like that. But You know, practically it might be very tricky to play. So we'll see. Yep, he takes the pawn. And Ethan has a minute 25 to figure this out. How is he going to get out of it? Or not get out of it, but how is he going to convert? Ethan might have no idea that he's still winning, which is funny. He might think that's closer to equal because of this. But really hard to say. He's down to a minute, like 2 seconds. A minute 1, a minute 0. He's getting time pressure. This is making me nervous. Making all Ethan fans are on the edge of their seats now. You just gotta play moves. You just gotta... I know it's hard in like a rated tournament. You just gotta go check. King H7, you just gotta go like Rook A8 or something. Just play moves. Just play moves. I would be very careful though about this. Because if somehow you like move this knight or something, this guy hangs. So Dan plays Bishop F8. Now Ethan can play Knight E7 here, which I think is good for him. I'm vindicated on Queen Trace. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I might be too if like Ethan messes this up. Gotta move. Okay, Knight D5. Oh, brilliant. Because if you take, there's a fork. Nice find by Ethan. Nice find in time pressure. So you have to move the rook. And then I think he's just going to put a knight on E7. And just chill. Yeah, say he plays like Rook E6 or something like that. He can still go check. And then, you know, if king moves, you lose the bishop. Yeah, he plays Rook takes F5. I think that's the best variation for him. Ethan plays Knight E7. Dan is probably... Well, he's going to move his king. I'm just not sure where. But now the problem is that you're also sort of have this bishop that could be taken in some instances. Like, move the king away, the bishop could be taken. It's looking more promising for Ethan than maybe it was earlier. So I think after Rook D8, he should have just moved the king rather than pinning his bishop. Like, you didn't have to do that to yourself. So yeah. Ethan has 43 seconds left. Dan has like 8 minutes. Oh boy. Dan goes king h7, Ethan takes. Now you're attacking the bishop as well. I mean, you still have to be technically sound. Like, just with these guys running, you just never know. But aren't you just a Rook A8 away from just winning a pawn? Or am I seeing stuff? Like, if he goes bishop c5, don't you just go Rook A8 here and just win the pawn? Oh, is it saying that after b4 that white's too slow? b4 takes b3. You would have to find this resource with Rook f6. Like, you don't really have time to, like, wrap around. Because, well, they just push, and then the knight controls the queening square. So your only move would be Rook f6, and then to check, and then play this. And then this would be winning. But okay, moves are flying in. Let's check out what happened or what's happening. Bishop g7 is what Dan played. Not really what I would have played. Right? Yeah. And then knight takes, king takes, rook a8. Yes. This should be a wrap. He can try this b4 nonsense, but I think here it's just pretty easy to just round up the pawn. You just take, b4, takes, b3. You can even take the knight and then just, you know, get the pawn. But I think there are ways for Dan to make things a little bit trickier. You know, just by playing, like, for example, after rook d8, he could just play king h7 rather than pinning the bishop. Then even like a move or two ago, I would have gone bishop c5 or something rather than just let him trade it. Oh, whoops. No, wait, where's the game variation? Bishop G7. Oh, whoops. Goes takes. Here, takes. F6. And Ethan's playing Rook B6. Rounding up this pawn. Now Ethan will be up a lot of material. Sorry, I'm just kind of replaying stuff. So F3 here. They're moving way too quickly. King F7, E4, King E7, King F2, King D7, H5, King C7, Rook take. Ah, nice. The knight's not just gonna catch it. Boom, boom. And then, yeah, there's nothing you can do to stop. Even if you could, then you're probably still winning. Yep. That's GG. He tries to check, but he can just move the king. King E3. Knight here. I guess you can stop the pawn, but still winning. Boom, boom. I think it's winning. Okay, Ethan just has to, maybe he didn't realize that the pawn could be caught. He just has to, not panic, I think. If F5, you have knight H8. Is Ethan going to win? F5, knight H8? I mean, it is winning. He has to play king D4. Only move alert. He plays king F4 and messes up! Black has king E7, and he could go after the pawn. No, Ethan has to move. He has 9 seconds left. King E7, he finds it. D4. All right, let's see. This is getting dramatic. Takes, here. They're going to be moving way too quickly. Here. Oh my gosh. Is Ethan going to draw from a winning position? I can't believe it. He just has to move. No way. No freaking way. He goes F6. Sorry, I can't really read chat now. I gotta keep an eye on these moves. Holy smokes. I mean, yeah, you can't really go here. The knight just gonna hold everything together. Knight F7, and it's a game over. Here. But takes here. Oh, we can go king G5 and get the pawn. Or here, and then, wow. Draw on the board. Ethan Ekroat versus Dan Rupley. Ethan completely dominating the whole game. Had a good opening. Dominated the middle game. Had a good end game. But Dan Rupley, credit to him, made things just tricky enough and holds the draw. Wow. Yes, we sure would need a live camera feed. Let's kind of rewind to sort of what happened. I'm sure the players are taking a little break. So Ethan, and understandable, decides to sack. So I think maybe what Ethan thought is that he only maybe saw this potential route for the knight. He thought, just takes, I go here, he goes here, I go here, and I'm winning. He might have missed that there's a check and then possibilities for the knight to stop the pawn. Which, the thing is, when you're in time pressure, you just have zero time to sort of handle it. And he's still winning because you can just go... I mean, it's actually kind of not straightforward. I think you can use opposition or something. Because I think what you can do is you can do some construction, here, and then you go F4, say king... Well, not here, but see, at some point you get out opposition. I'm thinking something like this. To where if the king, well, maybe I'm misinformed, but apparently G4, it's a little bit tricky because he has a knight, but at some point it just got down to only move territory, where here Ethan has to play king D4 to win. He has to play king D4, and so I think the idea is you just use opposition to king. So if the king moves, you can just the only move here is G4. Okay, this is a pretty tricky win. Let's say he goes king f7, you go g5, and you go e5. So you have to find this plan. And then, I guess it's just saying king e3, just go after the pawn, but... well, even then, like here you only can play e6. See, it was winning, but it was very tricky. I think Ethan sort of just messed up by taking the pawn. Like, I understand why he did it. I think he just missed the route with knight d3 and then stopping the pawn. So, that had to be what happened. And yes, he was still winning, and that'd be interesting to study, but in time pressure, it's just like, it's just not, you know, not going to be attainable. And then Dan, credit to him, just held the draw, just had to go take the pawn, then play. I love how it says minus 0.2, like black has any hope of winning. But, you know, you can use... I probably would have gone like knight f7, just hold everything. Well, even this is totally good as well. And you just have this resource. Because otherwise, white's just taking the knight and winning. But you have this resource, king f5, and then you just get the pawn. So, crazy game one. I imagine they're taking a little break. I'm going to just be right back. I'm just going to go grab some, like another Coke. And then we'll be back. All right, I'm back. Apparently they're starting, or however you start game two. That was crazy though. Also, I don't have chat up. Wait, what's this? Yeah. Probably their starting game too, but I don't see moves yet. So we'll just kind of chill. Need to save this probably. I'm gonna save it if I can. Oh, it's saved apparently? Okay, bet. Alright. Okay, I see moves. They're starting the second game. So let's go ahead. 1492 and 1617. Okay. So White, Dan Rupley, 1492. Ethan Eckroat is 1617. All right. We're on to round 2. Dan has played e4 as White, and either Ethan's still thinking or there's some delay. Also, well, first of all, new Coke. So I have 3 of them. Also, I know no one asked for more mukbang. Mukbang? Is it mukbang? I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. But I got some cake. That cake. So that was so cringe, wasn't it? Cake. Oh, don't need crumbs on my computer. Look. So a chocolate cake with strawberry icing, filling, whatever. What I will say is you can come to my YouTube channel for like chess advice. I wouldn't come for like nutrition advice. You know, Frito pie, cake, like, no. But, you know, commentating's a hard job, so gotta treat myself while I still have metabolism. Should have 4. Okay. Knight d7. After I finish eating this, I'll talk about the game. The idea thing is actually c5, by the way. Not really e5, because with c5 you're trying to like open this up. Alright. Mukbang stream is officially over. So, let's just put this aside. Have some dishes to do later. Oh man. Ugh. Yeah, like I said, you can come to my stream for chess advice. You don't need to be coming to my stream for like nutrition advice. I'll just say that. Okay, so what's going on? So Dan is trying this strategy where he put the bishops out kind of through optimal squares. The thing is, the bishop does not belong in f4 in the modern. And the reason is, well, it can get attacked, but also, you ideally want to be... oh, excuse me. You ideally want to be protecting d4. So in a lot of these openings, as white, you're just playing bishop e3. Like, not necessarily now, but, like, eventually. Like, knight c3, bishop e3. It never really goes to f4. Which is a little bit counterintuitive. You would think that f4 is a great square, but it's just not the ideal square. So, after bishop f4, Ethan plays knight d7. I think Ethan wants to play c5 because, again, you know, you just like open up the bishop. The bishop just left its square, so that kind of makes more sense. Dan plays bishop c4, which already you're kind of on tactics watch. Like, if Ethan just plays a6, you might have bishop takes f7 and then check. If the king goes to e8, you have knight e6. Same if he goes to f8. And if king f6, you probably have like a mate in 5 with queen f3. Which Ethan's aware of, so he played, after bishop c4, he played e6. And Dan just plays knight c3. Ethan plays a6. And after a6, I think Dan should play a4. One, it kind of gains space on the queen side, but also it stops b5. I don't think you really need to allow it. So yeah. I think I'm having a sugar crash on stream. I can't really tell. So yeah, a6 is on the board, and we'll see what happens. Oh, excuse me. Alright, Dan plays queen d2. Which is logical, because, you know, if the knight ever develops, you're trying to go, you know, bishop here, and trade off the bishops. Ethan's going to play b5, though, which attacks the bishop, and Ethan should play bishop d3. Which is, for whatever reason, better than bishop b3. I guess with bishop b3, you're kind of like, you know, your bishop's just going to be locked down the rest of the game, whereas maybe with bishop d3, there's more potential. Not exactly sure why. I mean, Ethan plays bishop b3. And already black's... Oh, sorry, not Ethan. Dan. See, I'm having a sugar crash live on stream. Dan plays bishop b3, and Ethan's better after bishop b7. I guess that's the other idea, is that you're attacking the pawn. And there aren't really very many comfortable ways to defend it. So, we'll see if Ethan plays bishop e7. The threat is, to play b4 and then take this way. And you'd be doing good. So yeah. Alright, okay, he played bishop e7. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back. Alright, so Ethan played bishop e7 and Dan played a3, which is logical. You're stopping b4. Ethan can apparently play knight g to f6 now and just go after the pawn. And yeah, it's really uncomfortable to defend. I think if knight f6, if e5, you just kind of now have the d5 square to work with potentially. You could also play like knight h5. Kind of play that way if you want. So, yeah, so knight f6 is a move. He might try to play this a little bit weirdly, maybe with knight e7 or something. But I think here, given the circumstances, with the center, the pieces are kind of clunkily placed. It probably does make sense to just play knight f6 and just attack the pawn. So knight f6, e5, let's say. Then you take, and you have knight h5. And you're attacking the bishop, you're attacking the pawn. Whoops, you're attacking the pawn, so it is really good for you. If he tries to play something like queen e2, then, it's already kind of awkward. You play queen d2, now you're putting it on e2. So, it just says knight h5 again. Knight h5 is very thematic because you open up the bishop and also attack this guy. Kind of another reason why the bishop doesn't really belong on f4, because it can just get attacked. So yeah, we'll see what happens. All right. Black is still excuse me. Black is still thinking So we'll see what happens. Hope you all are doing well. I hope you're having a good day, good evening, good start to your week, good life, and yeah. Honestly, I'm just waiting for Mark to come on. I think he'll be on around 8, if what he told me is accurate, but you never know. Also, there's kind of going slow anyway, so there's not really much to commentate on. We need a shake-up. Mark Metler, Daniel Gell, the Stream King. Nice. Shout out to you, Mark. Hope you are doing well. Yeah, I think Mark Volkel will be on in a few minutes. So, alright. Knight B6 is on the board from Ethan. Not necessarily the best. I guess he's trying to play like Knight C4 and kind of claim that that's good for him. Just kind of blocking the bishop. But, I don't know. The knight just kind of feels a little bit misplaced. Like, I feel like you're supposed to be consistent with your plan to play like C5 eventually. Yay! I am glad to hear that Mark Metler is doing well. That makes my life 1,000 times higher quality. So, yeah, Knight B6 is a little bit interesting. I'm not exactly sure what he's trying to do. I mean, he's either trying to go Knight C4 or maybe play like D5. I don't know, that seems a little bit weird. Dan pretty quickly castles queenside, which is actually one of the better moves. And, yeah, I mean, maybe Ethan should try to go for, like, you know, I want to play A5, but then B5 would hang. So maybe I start with, like, Queen D7 or C6. C6 does kind of look dumb, though, because of the bishop. So you'd play Queen D7, and then try to play, like, A5, B4, and just crack open the position. I think the way that Ethan likes this is that he likes that Dan committed earlier than him, so he can just start the attack. So he can play Queen D7, A5, B4, and just get his stuff going together. Maybe C5 is an option as well, just kind of opening this up. So I think the difficulty with C5, though, is that you already have a lot of stuff going on the D file. So after C5, there's just takes. And then there'd just be a whole, like, trade, which I don't think he necessarily wants. So all right. We'll see what he does. Ethan has his modern game. And yeah. Let's see some other possible plans. It's like queen d7, a5, b4 is one of them. I think you could still go like knight f6 and try to attack this. I think knight f6 is now easier for white to just play rook e1. And he's doing fine. Which again, you kind of wonder if like knight f6, rook e1, if there's ever any like knight h5 potential. But I think you could just drop back, is what I'm thinking. Ethan is again kind of tanking his time, by the way. Dan has 39.5 minutes left. Ethan has 32. So he's already using a lot of time. He used a lot of time in the first game, which went fine for the most part. But then when he needed it most, he couldn't break through, unfortunately. Also, well, not that he couldn't break through, but he sort of messed up the win. We'll update these scores. There we go. We want to give credit where credit's due. Ethan plays h5. Very interesting move. I'm not exactly sure what this accomplishes, because it's not like he's castled that way. Maybe he's just trying to gain space generally. Maybe he's trying to put a pawn on h3. I mean, I could see that. I could get behind that. Looks promising for both sides. Yes. I do think this is going to be a pretty good, tense game. White has, the space. They're castled queenside. Just potential for, like, fireworks to explode. Whereas black has sort of the queenside attack. He has, the bishop lined up. Potential for, like, pawn breaks and things like that. So, definitely seems like you could go either way as far as the position goes. Apparently, bishop g5 is really good for white. Then after queen d7, there's, like, d5 or something. I don't know. d5 is not a move that would occur to me, really. But maybe, like, bishop g5, queen d7, d5. I would think e5, and yeah, it seems like black's doing okay. Maybe the argument is that now the bishop is just kind of bad. You can't really make it better, because if c6, you're able to just take and then take the d6 pawn. But what do I know about chess, right? So I don't know if like he's going to play d5. I think the whole idea behind d5 is just to make this bishop suck, is what I'm thinking. Yeah, we'll get co-commentary with Mark Vocal in about 10 minutes, apparently. So that'll be fun. All right. h5 on the board. All right. Yeah, my apologies if y'all hear like the text dinging. That's because like all my Apple devices, they like get it. And I'm not really gonna silence it or put on Do Not Disturb, because I do need to like if people text me. Now we got a good picture of Ethan. There is the man, the myth, the legend, Ethan Eckroat. Okay, now Dan's using a little bit of time, but he's still up. Okay, he plays knight g5. Knight g5 has potential for sure. You always wonder if there's like a sack potential on either f7 or e6. I think, let's just say Ethan just messes around. Is there some like bishop takes? And then knight takes, queen e7. I guess there's not really anything going on here. You don't really have this threat. Computer's actually saying it's good after like e5 or something. Actually, no, it's saying it's not good. I thought it said it was good. Maybe not actually. Maybe I just misread it. I think the nice thing about knight g5 is that the knight can't really be kicked. The only move to kick it is f6, but then that would hang e6. So the knight's kind of here to stay. The question, I guess, is do you have like a follow-up to it? Like maybe then you would play d5, which would kind of force things open. That's actually quite interesting. Let's just say, again, just a random move. I think d5 is actually a positionally strong move. I guess there's e5 though, but then I guess it's just saying that it's better for black. Sorry, better for white. But the point is, like, you're threatening to take, and if he takes, you take with the e pawn, and you have a path to the e file. So there's something there, but well, obviously he's not going to play rook a7 or rook b8. I'm just using those as like waiting moves. I don't know. I could see this going wrong for Ethan actually. This actually seems pretty dangerous, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I think the best course of action for black is honestly kind of looking at some of these lines. Like the top line is just go knight f6 and castle, which I think resolves any of this tension with like the knight and bishop. The other would be to go like here and then maybe go long, but also you could just go like queen d7 like here and then just go or like continue like that. He plays knight e7, so all right, probably a good time to call Mark Vocal. I'm just gonna go here because I gotta go on Discord real fast. He said hi. Here, start voice call. Yo, yo, yo.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
Pretty awesome. Here, let me just pull up the YouTube
Yeah.
channel.
Yeah, it might be sort of like, I don't know how you're gonna best do this. Like, I could also send you the DGT link. But so essentially what happened is black just played this move knight e7, and Ethan's opponent has this opportunity to sack on e6, which he didn't do. He played h3, but the point is, if bishop takes. Actually, you know what I should probably do? What if I share my screen and then you could just see everything I'm doing? Do you want me to do that?
Sure.
Okay. Let me just change this real quick. Yeah, because that might be better. 'Cause if you're watching the stream, it might be delayed. So it might just be easier just for me to share. Hopefully it doesn't. That might actually mess up the overlay a little bit, but I can fix it. Yes. Let's go ahead. Do you see my screen share?
Yes.
Okay, let me figure this out.
Hopefully the stream's okay.
Stream's okay. I just need to, you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to duplicate. Yeah, it'll be worth it. Just give me like 2 minutes. I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to call this like Discord or something. Like in case we'll do... Yeah, just because like it kind of resized everything when I share the screen, so that's sort of why it's like slightly. So I'm just resizing it on my thing. I'm not doing anything analysis wise yet. But once that gets resolved, we'll sort of talk about chess. But no, how are you doing, Mark?
I'm doing pretty good. Who's this Dan guy that Ethan's playing?
Yeah, so he's kind of like I described earlier, he's kind of a Waco Chess Club veteran. So he's been around for a while. He just doesn't play as actively as, maybe other people do. But he's like a solid, near 1,500 player. He drew Ethan round 1. Excuse me. I think you saw that, right? To where, he was just Ethan just sacked the rook and thought he was promoting, but then he missed that whole resource. That was just a whole crazy event, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess the answer is maybe you don't sack the rook,
Yeah, I think you shouldn't sack the rook. It was still winning for Ethan. It was just complicated. So, in the game, so here, after knight g5, they played some moves, so I'll have to, catch up. Ethan played knight e7, which is not really a good move because now you have this opportunity to take on e6. Previously didn't work in the same way because let's say, I think I was showing some random moves, say rook a7. If you try to sack, the queen could go protect the bishop, right? But now that he put the knight on e7, which variation would be this one, now sacking would have worked, because you could just take the knight. And I guess you could maybe try to trap the knight. It's saying don't even, take the bishop. You just go d5. Which is kind of crazy. So you just sack. Cool. Right, yeah, you just sack.
I think a human takes the bishop, though.
Right. Yeah, the problem, though, might be the knight gets trapped. So you might have to, figure out, how to, get out of it. Maybe you go
or desperado,
sack it. Yeah, just sack it back, and then you just play this position. You go here. There's a check or something. But yeah, all of that is moot because it didn't happen. After knight e7, the move was h3. So he didn't even sack. Yeah, that is a bruh move. Exactly. So h3, and then black played d5. Which is not the best move, but e takes d5, knight b takes d5, and then rook h to e1, which is questionable. I don't know why you want to give up the bishop. It just keeps saying that white should play bishop e5 and just trade off the bishops. I don't know, maybe he was scared of f6, but f6 there's knight e6. So
yeah, I feel like white should have closed everything down or not necessarily closed it all down, but play e5 after Ethan played d5, and you just have more space.
Okay, yeah. So we can look at that. So e5, yeah, e5 is interesting for sure.
Bishop's not great, but
yeah, I think it was just saying bishop e5 again, which is just I think the whole point is if you can just trade off the bishops, that's really good for you. Because then, the king would be weak. Certainly, if you went kingside, just let alone generally. I think the problem with e5 is not even necessarily this, but I think you just kind of give them the f5 square to work with. Well, I guess here it's not that good because of g4, but it's saying that just go queen d7 and then you're just fine. But after rook e1, black took the knight. And apparently, you don't have to recapture immediately. You can play an in-between move, and knight takes f7. So...
Whoa.
Yeah, I'll turn the engine off for this one. Sometimes I just like turning the lines off just to like. Okay, so knight takes f7. So you are attacking the queen. So black would probably take it. And then I guess are you just playing rook takes and torturing him? No. I guess they would like take. You don't really have anything. Are you going bishop takes? I guess it's just saying that, like, after queen takes, your position just sucks as black.
Yeah, look at that king.
Yeah, it is pretty bad. But another bruh moment. He just recaptured the knight. Didn't sack on f7. But sacking on f7 is still in the air. I think if Ethan doesn't castle. I think Ethan should castle here. If I'm not mistaken. Maybe it actually... Although after castles...
Does castle hang the pawn?
Hang which pawn? Oh, c7. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. It might be the best he has, though. Let's see. Queen takes. I guess... There's something better.
Apparently it's not that bad.
I guess, like, g2's hanging, I think, is the thing. So you could, like, take this guy, I think. I think that was also... Yeah, I think knight takes kind of opened this up. Let me make sure I make that the main variation. Promote. There we go. We don't need another mishap like the last game where I spent 10 minutes on a variation with rook trades, right? So Ethan plays knight d5. Okay, I respect knight d5 actually, because you do block everything off. There's very little just like nonsense. But I wonder, is this a move? Let's see. Knight takes, pawn takes, rook takes. It's hard to justify blocking, like with knight e7. Think about this. Also, I kind of forgot the queen was attacked, but I think it works because if takes, there's this. But once again, he didn't even do it. He hooked the knight.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that's gonna happen.
Right. Yeah, it didn't happen, unfortunately. I guess he's gonna settle with like taking c7 or something.
I think part of his strategy is he's trying to play on the clock a lot and play quickly, but then unfortunately he's also trading pieces, which makes it easier for Ethan to on the clock.
It does make things easier, and like I do think ultimately to put the pressure, like like he had many opportunities to just like here he had a sack opportunity. I guess like well, here I will say it's hard to like not just recapture. Like recapturing is kind of like the reflex, just like move you play. It's hard to just play knight takes f7 and just be like, I'm better, deal with it, right?
Yeah.
But here there might have been a sack opportunity with knight e6. He's had so many opportunities to sack and just hasn't done it. I guess he's just gonna settle for this. And yeah, like you're saying, this is just gonna make Ethan's job easier. And like, I know you mentioned time. It's not really that big of a deal here. Like Dan has 31, Ethan has 23. So while he is lower on time, it's not going to be that much of a time scramble probably. And I assume the variation is going to be like queen takes, bishop takes. He'll just take the pawn on g2. I think his endgame's good for Ethan. He has the bishop pair, and also these pawns are going to be split. Yeah, seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, seems pretty nice.
Yeah,
and especially he's got Ethan has both the bishops now, and I could see him definitely opening up. And so, yeah, I think the first sack was the one that he should maybe have found that first sack,
Yes.
Because that's like, that's a theme in some opening lines,
Right.
When it's like that,
Exactly. And like, it's really just simple because like, yeah. Maybe like you could have like maybe he just thought his knight was getting trapped or something, which I didn't even think he thought for that long. I think he's made some moves pretty quickly. Which I did notice in game 1, there were definitely moments where Dan just played very quickly when he had a good opportunity. Like When Ethan played Queen A4, right? Dan could just taken C4, and then he had some tactics because of the fork. We have some moves, by the way. I think they just trade queens, so this is the position. Seems good for Ethan. I mean, it is a minimal advantage, so there's really no telling like how decisive this is going to be. But I do think after bishop takes g2, this has to be really good for him. I mean, like, pretty straightforward. You know, it'll remain to be seen like how easy the conversion will be, but I think Ethan got what he wanted, which is good for him. Good if you're an Ethan fan.
Yeah, I was thinking bishop takes g2, and then I was thinking maybe bishop d6 to stop him from castling. But then I'm also seeing he might have bishop h6, and that's just like...
Oh, he has bishop h6. Yeah. I mean, you might have like f4 there, but I could see how that could be annoying. Let's see. Let's calculate some variations. So takes, he goes here. Bishop h6. No, yeah, you might be spot on. I wonder if there's a refutation to f4. They like f4. That's fine. I mean, you kind of are. It's kind of an awkward position. f4 might be the only move. I can check. I mean, h4 is up there as well, or bishop f4.
How does h4 work?
Well, I think h4 f6. There's rook e6, right?
Yeah, I totally missed that.
No, yeah, you're good. I think like this, and if he tries to do something like attack the rook as well, you just take f6, and then yeah, you're just doing fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Still, like, could be a bit uncomfortable. I guess maybe not. Maybe it's not that bad if you move your king over to b1.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll play bishop h6 instead of taking the pawn. Maybe he just plays bishop f4 and he's fine. But here, I mean, maybe you could just switch the order up just to make things tricky.
Yeah.
Bishop h6 is a good find. I didn't see it. There's also the other game where bishop h3 was a key resource for Ethan, which I didn't notice at first, but it was just so good with all the pins and stuff like that.
Have they analyzed the games after, or how much time in between?
Probably not. Normally these matches they just start the next game immediately. Like I'm sure they talked about the game and stuff, but I think they started like 5 minutes after the first game like ended. So probably not a whole lot of time. Ethan did send me a text. I will directly quote him. Time to hang myself. I replied, rook takes b4, cry face emoji. It was still winning, but tricky. Just had played g4, g5 type stuff. He was just saying rook takes. I thought he couldn't get over there in time. I didn't see check. So my suspicion was correct, which is that he just didn't see like that check resource and then getting the knight in. I think he only thought about that other route where he just doesn't queen the pawn. Or sorry, he doesn't stop the queening. Yeah. So Ethan plays bishop takes g2.
It's hard to blame Ethan for like not seeing. It was almost like computer stuff where he wins.
Right?
Like it was really tough. I can maybe see you play king d4. I think that was a critical move. But then even the moves after were like only moves that are like...
Especially in time pressure. And I'm sure he was stressing. Because he probably thought as soon as he stopped the pawn, like, maybe I'm not winning. It does kind of remind me now, totally different example, but it's like that game I had at Pan Am's, like, in Seattle, where, like, I could have just, like, won easily, but I decided to be fancy and ended up with a queen versus rook situation and couldn't win. So that type of stuff happens. It's just, you just have to be a little bit patient. Like he could just play like just keep the rook on the b file or whatever, and just like slowly, steadily. No need to be flashy. Dan plays d5, which is a very interesting move. It might actually. I know the eval still says it's good, but maybe it makes things a little bit tricky for Ethan. I assume maybe bishop h6 is the move. Yeah, I like it too, just practically, because obviously you can't take because it's pinned. And if you give white the opportunity to take, you still have pressure on e6, so I assume that bishop h6 is the move, and then maybe after f4 you just like, I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't know what you do. Maybe you like take and then take h3 is what I'm thinking. But then like, can he play d6 and make things hard? Like, I'm not exactly sure. d6, king d7. I'm kind of thinking of those variations. So let's see. So bishop h3. Sorry, bishop h6. F4 takes. Here. Wow, he's just holding it together. I assume after king d7. Yeah, this is just good for black. Which makes sense. I mean, I guess you'll just move the bishop and then just start running this pawn. And, you know, this pawn looks fancy on d6, but it's also blockaded and not doing anything. And then this bishop, kind of the same story, right?
Yeah. I guess white kind of does have a target on f7.
f7,
you know?
Yes. No, that's a strong possibility.
I can see thinking it. I have play.
No, not rook f1 because yeah, but
it's a little tough to get the rooks there. But
I think also bishop f5 would just like let's say the bishop's not there. I think there would be bishop f5 and he's just fine. But I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Sometimes when there's just one target, it can be hard to sort of like, it can be hard to sort of exploit because they just defend it. There's like a kind of a sort of principle philosophy in chess called like principle of two weaknesses, which is where if you want to sort of like successfully convert, you ideally have multiple weaknesses so that you just like have your opponent has more to worry about. But okay, this is interesting. After d5, Ethan didn't play bishop h6. He castled.
Did he castle?
He castled.
Yeah, I was wondering about castle.
Yeah, castling? Let's see. I'm not gonna judge too quickly, but I guess his idea is after takes, he's gonna open this up. That's what I assume his idea is. So takes. Let's see. Takes, knight takes. I mean, that line looks dangerous, right? Takes, f takes,
looks very
knight
dangerous.
takes. Yeah, I mean, this is not just like you like check.
Whoops. D7 stuff.
Yeah, I go like check, and then like oh wait, why is my sorry, my computer has not been charging apparently. That's weird. Like, huh. Sorry, that's kind of weird. It's just that, like, my computer's been on the charger, but...
Yeah, you're lagging a little bit. I don't know if it's me.
No, yeah, it might be. Yeah, the thing was, like... Let me switch chargers a little bit, because I am using an extremely slow charger. So maybe somehow, like, the streaming just, like, made it, not as powerful. Because, like, I don't know if you have a Mac or PC, but like sometimes my Mac, it'll just start to be slower when it's low on battery because of like low power mode or whatever. I noticed it was slow. So I put it on this more powerful charger. Yeah. Just see. Hopefully that works, because if not, we're just kind of screwed. The stream's just going to end abruptly at some point. But yeah.
Stream is lagging a little bit too, I saw.
Oh, is it? That's weird. I do see it on my phone, too. That's weird. Is my internet fine? I think my internet is, Let's see. Start to be slower. Okay, it seems fine now, but we'll see. I'll have to keep an eye on this sort of a charging situation. So... if everything just abruptly ends, I guess that's why, but only so much you can do. Okay, it's still at 6. I'm trying to... charger? Yeah, it's on the more powerful charger, yeah. So, yep. Yeah, so I guess this position, like, I guess if they play king f6 or something, they're just, like, fine, which is kind of crazy. Like, I just go here and, like, maybe, like... somehow this is winning for black. I'm not sure what the line is. I guess you... oh, you take. F3? Well, you take, and then you're attacking the rook, which is protecting the other rook. So, okay, good. Battery's at 7 now. Battery's at 7 now, so we're good. We're good. I think it was just the more powerful charger is going to work better. It's actually funny, because, like, I now have, like, 3 computer chargers, like MacBook chargers. Because, like, I thought I lost my original one, so I had to buy a new one. And I bought the one that was, like, less powerful because it was, like, cheaper. But it just takes way longer to charge. But then I found the original charger. And then actually, like, today when I was, like, cleaning out stuff, I found this, like, other charger that I had. So it wasn't, like, a necessarily MacBook charger. It was, like, gosh, is it called USB-C, I think? Where you just, like, I don't know. It's just some plug, but I can, like, plug it in and, like, charge. So anyway, did we miss some moves? Let me see. So after, let's see. D5, castles. Dan did play D takes E6, and Ethan played F takes E6. So I guess Ethan's whole idea is to just take this pawn.
I was wondering after knight takes, rook take pawn, after rook D7.
Oh yeah, rook D7 immediately.
What happened? Because there is like bishop H3 stuff. But also check first,
I think there is an issue maybe with bishop H3. Oh, but you do check. Oop. Right. I think the issue might be... I don't know. It might be okay. Let me see what was played.
Rook D7.
Rook D7.
Is bishop H6.
Maybe? Yeah, bishop H6. And then... Oh, and then you take. And then there's no check. Oh, that's smart. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. That was not played. He didn't take the pawn. He played F4. Which I guess is reasonable. Like, if you're going to lose the pawn anyway, you might as well just lose it on your own terms. I don't know. Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, and maybe he wants to keep defending the H3 pawn.
Right.
And he's still got rook D7 coming. That pawn is still a weakness.
Yeah, the pawn's still there. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I'll be right back, Mark. I'm just going to grab another Coke real quick.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for white, I have to say. Black, I would say the bishop pair is fully operational, and so anything's possible, you know. But overall, I think this is looking pretty nice for white. And yeah, just looks pretty good.
Sure does.
So, I'd rather be white. You got a diet Dr. Kelp?
Yes, I got a diet, or Coke Zero, but same idea, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I was saying I like white here. Like, because how do you really defend the E6 pawn, you know? Maybe you bring the rooks over, but then, or you move the bishop to D5, but then you don't get to have the H3 pawn at all.
Yeah. So, but also, you have two attackers.
Rooks are both in the middle. Weakness on the pawn. Yeah, two attackers on the pawn. Absolutely right.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just looks pretty nice for white.
No, yeah, I agree. I think Ethan probably is close to the point of groveling for a draw. Like, I could maybe see some, like, possibilities where, like, something weird like A5, B4 happens. He gets some, like, opening here or something like that. But, I think it's better than when, Dan had all these sack opportunities. Like, this is a more manageable position for him. Which, again, speaking of which, well, not really speaking of which, but time is going to become an issue. Ethan has 12 minutes. Dan has 26. And if Ethan just keeps going in the tank, then it's going to be another crazy time scramble.
And the problem is, I don't know if he has like great moves here. I think he has mediocre moves here.
You talking like, Ethan? Yeah.
Just move one of your rooks somewhere, you know.
Yeah, I feel like Bishop H6 might always be his fallback. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure.
H3 or H6. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
but they all have their downsides, kind of.
Right, Rook C8's on the board.
At least they're not like the best. You don't feel great.
I feel like Dan's idea is gonna be pretty straightforward. Like, you know, you're gonna like take, you're gonna put rooks on the 7th rank, and just like maybe try to trade off bishops or something like that. So I'd say definitely white is definitely for choice. I know computer says equal, like dead equal, which is actually kind of crazy. I guess slightly better for white, but ever so slightly, right? But I would definitely say white has the easier position, but we'll see what happens, I guess. I mean, Ethan does have the bishop pair, which is good for him. Now, I'm not sure how long that'll last if Dan plays like bishop e5 or something like that, but I guess there's that. And like, but yeah, there's a weakness. I don't know. I don't really know like how I would handle this as black.
Yeah. Here, if you're white, do you play rook d7 or knight e6? And I was thinking maybe rook d7. Is there bishop c6 or something?
Yeah, that would be
maybe problems.
Yeah, there could be problems if you like. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking. Well, I'm thinking concretely. Like, can I get away with this? I guess I do have. Do I have rook takes g7 with like a bailout? The problem is the bishop's hanging. That's the only problem. We're about to find out because he has rook d7 on the board, and it's still equal, which is crazy. But let's calculate. So, bishop c6. You try to go here, and then check. So what I would try to do is see if I can position the king to where the knight would be trapped. Because let's say king f7, knight f8. I want to go rook takes c7 first. And the knight might be trapped. I mean, you can go here, I guess. Let's see. So, I'm not trying to Hikaru you here. I'm just, like, trying to calculate. It's like rook takes, whoops. Bishop c6, rook takes, king takes, here. Maybe I put the king on, like... Let's just say f7 for now. Takes. I want to take here, is what I was saying. So the knight's trapped. But I think he just goes here and then, you know, gets... Well, apparently not. Apparently he has something better. What does he have? Knight d5.
E6?
I think it's knight d5. Or it's knight e6. Yeah, it's not d5. It's e6. Yeah. You're right. And then he's just up a pawn doing good. So so he would just, I guess, take. I guess it's just a big simplification. And...
Wait, can you go to knight d6 and then rook e7?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, where? Like earlier?
So, knight takes the rook.
Oh, yeah. Knight takes, rook take here.
Oh, and then knight e6, rook e7, you, I guess, escape with check.
Yes. Or you do like here. Check. Yes, there's a check. Apparently this... Oh, yeah, this is winning because you're going to take the rook and then take with... Or not with check, necessarily. I guess it would be with check, but not that really matters. And we do have bishop c6 on the board. And... Now, I don't think Dan has to play rook takes g7, but he can if he wants to just bail out with a draw, I guess. Can I just play rook... Oh, but maybe rook e7, there's bishop f6. Oh.
Yeah, I was thinking that could be trouble.
Yeah, this might just be a forced draw, ladies and gentlemen. Or rook e7 is apparently fine. Oh, you just take... And then if takes... There's... Oh, wait, no, my bad. That's better for black, yeah. So here, it is... Oh, rook 1 takes e6. Whoa. Boom, boom. Wow, you get your bishop in, and then black is just smoked.
Whoa. Dude,
what a line.
No way he finds that.
No, what a line.
I'm so impressed.
Here, let me replay this. So, this is after if you go rook e7, trying to hold on to this... Ethan's going to think he's winning material. This is like, you know, white to play and like, you know, just insane. You go rook 1 takes e6. And if he takes the rook, You go check. You don't even recapture the bishop. You go check. You're down a piece here. King only can go to HA, and then you go boom. And then, I think, you just win your material back because they have to block. Like here, and then you take, and then he has to sack, and now you're just winning. What a line. What a line.
Hey. If he finds that, the thing is, it's maybe possible. Like, I could see people finding that, but, like, not easy. You're right, it is like a puzzle, like, it is total puzzle position, like, what's the move, white to play and win.
For sure. It is, it's kind of it would be kind of a weird puzzle, though, because you're looking at this position and just being like, white to play and, like, not hang this, right? So maybe by process of elimination people come up with it, but, or I don't know, maybe they just tried something like, oh, I can do this, but that wouldn't quite work. Because then, you take the rook and the bishop would be hanging. So,
yeah. I feel like if he doesn't think about it for super long, when you see bishop f6, you kind of write off the line immediately,
Right.
Unless you are willing to go deeper with it, pause.
No, yeah, for sure. Right. Massive pause. Bigger pause. But right, no, I agree with you. I mean, even at my level, I'm like barely by the thinnest of margins in 1800. I probably would dismiss like rook e7, bishop f6, just be like, no, that's garbage. What am I doing? Like, you'd have to like know, like, it's a puzzle or something that you have something there. It is such a cool resource where you just like you go here and get the bishop, and the bishop finally comes to play. It's just like so cool.
Yeah, that's sick. Do you think knight takes e6 was better?
Knight takes e6
instead of rook d7.
Oh yeah. That's a good question actually. Knight takes e6. I'm concerned that maybe black can just take, and then there's like this going on, which apparently that's not the case because I guess you can. You take the rook. Yeah, that duh. But maybe after knight e6, I just go rook e8. There's a little bit of difficulties, like technical difficulties, right? So, which I guess you can like get out of. I feel like you could bail out with something like this, and then you just go. I guess king takes was not the best move. I guess black should take first, and then king takes, and you just like go here and just draw. I mean, same like situation. That's probably what's gonna happen. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like it is kind of interesting to sort of like maybe the best move was just go like bishop e5 or something is my hypothesis maybe, and then like you still have pressure here. I think bishop e5 if takes, maybe there's rook takes, and then you just like continue piling it up, right? Maybe bishop d6 as well, but it's a fun attack. But when they move the rook away, I'm not. I guess you have knight e6. I guess it's knight e6. No, what's the winning move here?
Rook e6.
I guess it is rook e6, and then you're just better. I mean, I guess you just play like. I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess
you're
just
about to take on g6.
Right. Oh, that is true. Yeah. That's probably the concrete line. Like 96. Yeah. That's a good point. Right. I mean, Dan's taking his time here. Like, he's probably like double, triple checking this. I doubt he's seeing anything after rook e7, bishop f6. It could be a situation. Who
knows?
It would be hilarious. He could stumble upon it. He could blunder rook e7, bishop f6. Then be like, maybe there's something here. But even that would be impressive. Like, calculate this and then, like, go here. Like, that's an insane calculation.
Hey, he's deep in the tank, man. You never know.
That's true. No, you never know. Yeah.
I wonder if he plays, like, rook e7, and then do you think Ethan, like, he thinks he has it, and then as he starts to calculate, he's like, oh my gosh, like...
Ethan would probably think, what's this goober doing? Bishop f6. Like, I don't think it's going to occur to anyone, including, like, Jason or, like, like, maybe Logan, if you were watching, it might occur to him, but, rook takes g7 is on the board, by the way, so I think we're going to get a fizzle, unfortunately. king takes. I expect knight e6 on the board. And Ethan's probably going to think a little bit about where to place the king. But it probably doesn't really matter, because my idea of trying to trap the knight's not really going to work. You just can't trap the knight, right? Because after, like, if you go here, he's going to have this. What I'm saying is, like, I was trying to, like, trap the knight and take this bishop first, if you follow what I'm saying. But if you go here, I have this, then this. If you go to g8, I have takes f8 and takes g6. So yeah, knight e6 is on the board. But honestly, you don't even need to think about trapping that. You can just move the king, and then it's just going to be... I expect a position like king f7, knight takes, king takes. Maybe he'll play rook takes, but I would probably play king takes just so that you have to move the bishop. And then, you know, it'll be remain to be seen, like, do they agree to a draw? Do they play on a little bit? So
yeah, I guess if you're Ethan, maybe just try to get your like square bishop to that diagonal.
Yeah, maybe target the pawn or like something like this. Yeah, I think Dan could always just play like here and then just like. But I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you get it to like the f5 square, maybe try to target c2. But I don't think it really works. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I guess in those positions
you go. Puts everything on a dark C3. Square.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, Ethan probably is thinking about what I was thinking about. Like, can I just play here and then take the bishop first? Which, that would be smart. It just doesn't really work. Which, I mean, that's a way for Ethan to mess up. If he goes here, takes, and tries to take the bishop first. That would be pretty elementary, though. Because now you're just down in exchange. No, you're not down in exchange. What am I talking about? You're down a pawn. Unnecessarily, right? So... But we'll see. Maybe he goofs and does something like that.
Yeah, and you have to think, this guy. You said he's barely 1500, and Ethan's a strong player. Like, Ethan may try to grind down some endgame with and find chances somehow. You know.
Yeah, I'm not sure this matters, but he goes king h6, which I find interesting. And apparently... it is better for white. Let's try to see what's going on. I assume it's takes. Rook takes. No, it's not. Or is it that? Wait, hold on. What's going on? Knight f8, rook f8. And then after h4, this version is just better. And the previous version... well, Dan was up a pawn all the way through. I guess the king being on h6 just makes it a little bit more difficult, is what I'm kind of gathering.
Especially after h4.
Yes, like h4, and then
your king
like
just has to go back around.
You start to wonder, like, can they play rook e7 and try to mate me with something? But yeah, I guess not f6 because the rook's there, right? You see what I'm saying? I guess it does make things a little bit more difficult. h4. Yeah, I mean, these pawns are kind of fixed. Maybe if I try to go back, there's rook e6, and then there's this attack. Bishop here.
And that's the only way to get king in the game, is to go back. Like, you're not playing g5, and you're not bringing your king through g5, because that's illegal. Right.
Yes. What if I go rook here first? I guess there's bishop d7. And then the king isn't on g7. Oh, and if I take, there's takes. That might be the reason why h4 is the move, actually, in this position, is because you now have rook e6 without the potential to lose the pawn, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I don't like, after seeing h4, I think you can't really play king h6.
Right. Yeah, king h6 doesn't, like, make sense. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, it would if you had, like, a path to, like, take a pawn or something, but you kind of don't, right? So, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what his thought process was. That and Queen A4, I have no freaking clue, like the previous game, what the idea behind Queen A4 was. Do you?
Wait, this was on the board? Like, Ethan played King H6?
Yes. Yeah, Ethan played King H6. Did you not? Did I not communicate that?
I thought you were just showing me a line.
No, King H6 for like 2 minutes has been on the board.
Oh, dang.
Sorry, yeah, maybe I didn't communicate that properly. But yeah, he played King H6. Dan just took the rook. And so yeah, King H6 on the board. I don't know why he would do that, but
dude, he could lose this game, man.
Yeah. It'll be tricky.
Especially like H4 is something like you learn in these bishop in games. You want your pawns on dark squares if they have the light square bishop, and especially if you have the dark square bishop. Like,
okay, well, I think
that's not anything crazy, you know?
I think Ethan took the wrong piece, maybe. Or I guess it's... I think that's interesting. He's not going for the opposite color bishop he's going for the bishop versus knight. Is it still H4
I feel
here?
like this gives him more play.
Rook E6. I agree. I mean, now you have like a freaking knight attacking the G6 square. Like, yeah, the top line is literally Rook E6 here, and then you just lose the pawn. After Bishop D7, you lose another pawn. I guess you take H3, but the top line is losing a pawn. You're playing down 2 pawns, and Dan does find Rook E6. Yeah, Ethan's losing. He's like 100-point favor in the match, 125 or something. He's gonna be down half to 1.5.
Are they doing a 4-game match?
Yes. Well, the next 4 games will be Thursday. But yeah, 2 games today,
okay.
2 games Thursday.
Yeah, I think you just have to go down the pawn, right?
Yeah, well, you're already down a pawn. You'll be down 2 pawns. But yeah. There's really no way to protect this, I don't think. Because the bishop can't go there.
I think Ethan just missed this.
Right, if you're there, you take.
The color bishops is a draw, you know? But maybe with the knight versus bishop, it's more...
He probably thought the bishop was strong and that he could like hold that way, but I think he just missed this Rook E6 resource.
Which is not that hard to find, but it's okay.
Yeah, because like if you're groveling, you should just go opposite color bishop. Even if it's like hard, like if he had played H4, like you still could hold the draw. Whereas here, I mean, it's still possible, but excuse me. But yeah, the top line is literally. I mean, actually, if you look at this, King G7 is the only move that's not like dead loss. Oh, that's because this is mate. That's a mate threat, which is funny. Like if he goes to A5, this is just mate in 1. So I guess he has to go like the second best move is Bishop E4, just hanging a bishop. Which yeah, I'll get to his credit, he does play King G7. Good job, Ethan, not getting mated. Congratulations. And obviously he should take. Don't make the mistake of taking with check because the knight hangs. You don't want. If you're a Dan fan, you don't if you're a Dan fan, you don't want that to happen. So I do expect knight takes G6 to be on the board. And Dan will just have a 2-pawn up position to work with.
All right. Here's how Ethan wins. He goes, after the knight takes, he goes bishop to F3, rook to D7, rook D1 mate.
Oh, there's a mate threat for Ethan too. Wow, he should be scared.
Only 3 moves.
I know, he should be spooked. He should be so spooked, he shouldn't even take the pawn. He should just play like B3 and give his king escape square and I'll lose my knight, but there's no more mate threat.
True.
Right.
Yeah, Dan's gotta run with the king. There's no time to take that pawn.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Exactly, right. You prioritize king safety. Yes. Being up or material or equal does not matter if your king is in danger, right?
Exactly. Yep. But yeah, this is pretty. Ethan's gonna have his work cut out for him on Thursday.
For sure, yeah. He sure does.
Yeah, and if you think Ethan, he really should have won the first match. This match, like, I don't think he really deserved the win, obviously, because like this is the position. But the first game, he really should have won. So he probably is maybe still the favorite for next match, but
right. I mean, he can still win the match if he loses this. He could hold a draw. I mean, I guess it's theoretically possible, but he'd have to be very accurate. And also, time. Don't forget, time's still a factor. Ethan only has 6.5 minutes. Dan has 13. But what was I going to say? Yeah, the first game, Ethan dominated. He just messed up. This game, I would argue that Dan kind of dominated. Not that way, but like he was the one who had all the opportunities, right? With like the sacks and stuff like that. So really, Ethan should just be like, he should be ecstatic if he holds a draw. Well, not like
a draw.
That's hard to say. I'm trying to think like, excuse me, what kind of the setup would be. Like, bishop d7 takes. I could see it being a little tricky to win. I think it's winning for white, but there is room to mess up. The problem is, like, I don't know how powerful the bishop is in this particular endgame. Like, I guess it's useful, but I might rather have the knight, honestly. I'm not even saying, like, you up a pawn or whatnot. I'm just saying, I think in this type of endgame, the knight might just be better.
Yeah. Ethan may have to worry about, like, rook e7 stuff. That trades off the pieces.
Right.
I think that's why the engine says says bishop d7, maybe.
Yeah, potentially.
I'm not for sure.
Yeah, I might. That's
I kind of wanted to go my bishop f3, but then he checks and trades stuff off.
I kind of wonder. Let's just say like, he plays here, which I know is like. I kind of wonder if a rook trade might actually favor Ethan, because you do simplify the board, and maybe you just like. I guess not. I mean, apparently this is just completely winning for white. I guess it does make sense if you can create a pass pawn on like c4. You have two pass pawns, and like the knight kind of helps them both. I guess you are right. It probably is good for white. But I think there could be some instances where if the rooks get traded, he could try to hold, but apparently not here. Ethan's down to under 5 minutes. He has 4.5. So not only does he have his work cut out for him on the board, but on the clock as well. He's going to have to defend while in a time scramble, which will be insanely difficult.
Yeah. The good thing about rook d7 is you're kind of like the pawn being on h3 really makes you want to play it, and it's the best move. So hopefully,
we're saying bishop d,
especially because the pawn's on h3.
Yes, right. That would kind of like shake things up for sure. Like you go here, I mean, you make him think about this, and then like take, and like, I mean, you do have a passed pawn to work with. Like I'm not sure how far that's gonna go, but yeah. It's there, and like it's a little bit tricky for white to create one because you have like this, and does he have like a bishop f5 idea maybe? Oh wow, there could be a trick. Like if black just plays like, I don't know, like I'm just like some. Oh, is it white move? Oh yeah, I meant white. White just plays like some move. Well, not that move because we don't want to. I don't know. Maybe the problem is you can just make empty moves. But Dan's probably not going to make it. He'll probably play like 95 or something. And then, bishop f5, c3. You start pushing. Okay, this could get tricky. I think there are paths where Ethan could make this. Yeah. There are definitely paths where he can make this tricky.
Play quickly, though.
Yeah, no, he's still in the tank. He has, he has 2 minutes, 43 seconds left. Yeah, he has to play bishop d7. He has to like give himself that chance.
I feel like after thinking, it's pretty clear that would be the move. I don't know what's like keeping him from playing it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I get the sense that Ethan is like not the greatest player in time pressure. 'Cause it's like interesting because like I've got to a lot of games recently where I was in time pressure and I won like all of them because like now part of it might just be a situation where I'm like higher rated, so they like tense up or whatever when I get in time pressure. But like the last game, Ethan kind of blew it in time pressure and like okay, he did find Bishop D7. Good news. So he did play this. He has 2 minutes and 1 second left, but he did find Bishop D7, and then like honestly like. All you can really do is just make things tricky by taking the pawn, and then you just hope that your opponent messes up, and or you have enough resources to sort of hold or make things tricky. Actually, if you look at that line,
and it looked.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it looked not super easy for White. Actually, like they might have to play very accurately.
I was going to say that exactly. Like in this, not this line. Was it? Oh gosh. It was. I think it was just this line, right? No, sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, I think you played
Rook takes a6. I played some random move.
95. I think.
Yeah, we're looking at this. Like, yeah, like White could lose if they're not careful. Because Black's the one kind of like making the pass pawn run. Like, let's just say, try not to look at the computer. Just say like, what could White try to play? Like maybe like they try to go here. And just trade rooks, which will be losing because of this. And there's no like knight check actually, which is funny. There's no like immediate. I guess you could try this, but I think they would just go here, and then like the bishop kind of dominates the knight. But you know, let's just say if I'm White, like I don't know, what do I do? What do I do? I'm just gonna go here, maybe wrap around. That might be sufficient if he goes here, rook here. But you know, you'd have to find that. Maybe he's trying to go, you know... So the thing is, you can't really do anything with this, because if you try to play, like, b3 or something, you just hang c3, right? So, yeah, I think we are on the same wave. I was going to say that, actually, which is that Black could be the one actually maybe pressing in that sort of situation. So, Bishop d7 on the board. White just took the pawn on a6. And... Ethan should snap take the h3 pawn. Not sure why he's thinking, but he should do that immediately.
Why is he thinking?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I guess blunder checking. Sometimes in like time pressure, you kind of tense up, but that's your whole point behind Bishop d7. You should just take, and then you have a threat of Bishop f5, and like you know, you're just like. Yeah, he might be back in the game, like in like the blink of an eye, right? So,
but Bishop takes h3. That's the easy move, you know. It's like
yeah, for sure.
You might actually have to think later.
Yeah, he's still thinking. He's down to a minute. He's down to a minute 15.
Yeah, like this is supposed to be the easy one, you know.
And
this is a gimme move.
What would he blunder?
To figure out
what would he blunder? There's no knight. There's no knight check, right? Yeah, he's like. There's not even really anything to like calculate. I'm not trying to be like backseat driver or anything like that, but it's just like you just gotta snap take it. You gotta go. You gotta go. 48 seconds.
I was seeing ghosts of like the knight going to e8. With
right.
The fork, you know, but obviously it can't.
Yeah.
But yeah, this should be easy.
35, 34, 33, 32,
Dude.
31. 30, 29, 28, 27. No way this is real. It's got to be, like, delayed or something like that. 23.
Did he, like, give up?
No. I mean, he shouldn't have. Maybe he's just frozen. It's 15 seconds. I got he played... Oh, he moved. Which is weird. His clock is... Okay, he moved with 15 seconds left. He played this. Which... That must have been what he was doing. He was maybe trying to calculate like this. So, let's see. Dan should maybe take some time. So you're attacking this, but and this. Whoa, some move. Okay, we don't really have time to analyze. King D1 is on the board, and after takes. Wait, what?
Took?
Sorry. Wait, what happened? They're moving too quickly. Bishop F5.
Take the knight with the bishop, right?
King D1. No, he took c2.
Ugh.
But then it says king c1, which is illegal. It says king c1, rook c7 check. I don't know. Yeah, he should have taken... Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Yes, the notation literally says on move 30 that he played king c1. I don't know. Yeah, I do agree. He should take the knight. Yeah, here...
Ethan somehow, like, took on b2 when he played king c1.
Yeah, so bishop f5 on move 28. Is that right? Bishop f5 on move 28. It says on move 29, white played king d1.
Shanks the knight.
And then rook takes c2. Not bishop takes. Rook takes c2. King c1. Rook c7 check. And Dan is... Okay, the clocks are paused. I wonder if he made... That would be an insane illegal move to play, though. Like, I was going to speculate that. Like, that's kind of crazy. I gotta text Jason. I gotta be like, yo, what's up?
Yeah. Maybe he, like, took the rook or something.
Yeah, but it would have recorded king takes c2 instead.
Yeah.
Clocks really are paused.
In that position, I think you can have bishop takes c3 check, and then you take the knight.
That's possible. Yeah, but... Oh, they drew. They agreed to a draw? I wonder when that happened. The timing is important. Like, if he played... I wonder if there was here they just agreed to draw.
Draw. That would make sense.
Let me try to find that out. Let me get that information.
Really, c3 should be the move here, right? Actually,
c3. No, well, I think you gotta move the knight, right? I guess like knight here or something like that.
Yeah, you can see knight.
Yeah, I think they're analyzing, which is why it's like showing some moves. It's not here. White has some winning moves.
It's not easy.
Knight h4. So you're attacking the bishop. And if takes, you just go like here. Sorry, knight h4 takes, and you just go.
Yeah. Hey, Ethan should be very happy with the draw. Let's be real.
For sure, that's a really good result. This game. It was after bishop. Okay, so here they agreed to a draw after bishop f5. I think that's what we thought, right? Yeah. Which
I wonder who offered it.
It's a good question. Probably I don't know. That's actually a really good question. But yeah, because I guess they both thought like if knight moves, that there's this. You can't really go here because there are discoveries, and then like you could take. I guess I could see from that realm why they would agree to a draw.
Ethan had such low time too.
Right. But like knight h4 is apparently the winning resource. Oh, and I bet if bishop h7, there's f5. And that blocks the bishop. That's so sick. And then if rook takes c2, you just go here. And again, there's this sort of like going on, right? Bishop e4, rook e6. That is kind of hard to see, though. I don't really blame Dan for like not seeing that. I probably would play on anyway, because I mean you're up 3 freaking pawns here, so I probably would just play like knight e5, let him take, and then just let him do this. Just try to play this out, but I guess the more I look, I guess it is kind of like, I mean, the bishop is dominating like the rook, like I could see that.
And considering he drew the first game, and like just the rating difference between them, I get why Dan,
for sure.
I
mean, I think that's a pretty good result. I mean, Dan was like winning, so he should have like probably converted theoretically, but also Ethan did make things tricky with just bishop d7, and then like, I guess bishop f5 like was kind of like the move that made things tricky. Like he has to play knight h4. Which I guess to his credit, like
that was a good move.
Practically it was a good move.
At first I thought At first, I was like not happy he didn't take the pawn, but it was actually a good move.
Yeah, no, practically it was a very good move. Yeah, for sure. That's probably why he spent so long. He was probably like calculating like the lines and stuff like that. 15 seconds though is crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Ethan's got to manage his time better if he wants to do better in the match. Which, I mean, it's good news for Ethan. I mean, what am I trying to say? Because, you know, you thought he was going to lose, but he's at 2 draws. So he can still win 2 games and, like, come away gaining rating, right? So, he just got to step it up, though, those last 2 games.
Yeah. In the first game, like, Ethan played very well. He was winning, should have won the game, you know?
Yep.
But this game, like, he did get outplayed this game. You know, I hate to say it, but it's true.
No, I mean, it is true. Yeah, he did get outplayed for the most part and then just kind of, like, had to hold. But, yep, I mean, good for Ethan. Good for Dan as well. He's playing really well. And, yeah. I guess that...
Yeah, Dan should be happy with himself. Are we going to get an Ethan interviewer at all? Or is he...
I don't know.
I guess he's at Jason's.
Yeah, he's at Jason's. I mean, I could ask, but I don't even... He's probably mad. I'm not exact... Well, you know, not, like, mad. Like, he would just be like, no, F off. Like, I'm not doing an interview. But he probably wouldn't be thrilled at the possibility. I could ask him, I guess.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll ask Jason. Tell Ethan he can call an interview if he wants, but no pressure. An interview would be cool.
Yeah. Who do you think's the favorite going into Thursday?
I mean, I still think the favorite's like Ethan, just given like the rating and that like he outplayed him in game 1 more than he was outplayed in game 2. So I still think Ethan's gonna win, but obviously it's gonna be closer than I thought. Honestly, I kind of thought it would be closer to like a 3-1 match or even 4-0, which 3-1 is still possible, but you know, he'll have to, you know, just, you know, win both his games to be 3-1, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think Ethan is definitely the favorite. I kind of forgot that this was a draw because in my mind earlier I was like, oh yeah, I think
your mind like he was winning. Yeah, right.
So in my mind it was like, Dan
yeah, if Dan had won, that would be a different story. Yeah. It'd be like, is Ethan the favorite? Because you know, if he's the favorite, you're counting on him to win both games. Whereas for him to win a match, at this point he only has to like go 1-1, 1 win, 1 draw.
Yeah.
I guess while we're waiting for go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I think we can say Bishop D7 was like the saving move for Ethan in this game.
Yes, right? For sure.
Or what do you think?
No, definitely. I think like because he did mess this up for sure. Like he should have probably just taken the knight and just try to hold it. Although I guess if you look at the evals, it is actually kind of like they're both kind of knotted up. I still think practically this would have been like better. But he does find Bishop D7, or sorry, King G7 first, which is necessary, right? King G7, and then, yeah, Bishop D7's key. And then, because it kind of reminds me of the first game. Hopefully, I have these saved. I actually don't know if I have them saved. It's so stupid now, because it's like, in order for me to save it, I have to add it to a collection, which is kind of, yeah, I think I can do this. I'm going to try to do this. Because I think there's a way I can load, like, previous analysis. Well, there used to be a way where I could, like, load a list. But yeah, this was just the previous one, which just happened. I don't know if there's a way for me to recover the other game. I think it was D4, Knight F6, C4, E6, Knight F3, D5, here, castle, C6, Queen C2, B6. Oh gosh, I think it was here first. Here, Bishop B7. let me see. I'm probably not going to remember this, but like here, let's say, and then it was knight a6 because I remember that being weird. A3, c5, I think, right? Yeah, I think it was c5, and he took. Oh yeah, Ethan says shocked he took the draw. So apparently Ethan offered the draw, and he took it.
Yeah.
Knight takes here, knight d7. Was this queen a4? I think it was a little later actually. Let me text Ethan back. I'll say gotcha.
Yeah, I wasn't watching for this part of the game. I know.
Right.
Gotcha. I think after queen a4 happened.
Yeah.
This
I think it was like
was dominating.
Right. No, Ethan was doing pretty good. I can pull up the DGT. Just kind of see like what happened. It was like it was bishop b7, rook c8 here. Queen c7, rook c8, queen b8, and then queen a4 here.
Lots of queen moves by these people.
Yeah. Yes. But yeah, I think I was actually asking this before, like in the previous game, then something happened. Like, but I do not know what the idea behind queen a4 is.
Maybe he thinks there's like tricks with that knight on d7 or something.
Yeah, maybe he was trying to go like g4 and something funny like that, but he doesn't have to allow it. He could just play like h6 or something. I don't know, because the knight's protected, and you know, if he takes, he can just recapture with the other knight. But
yeah,
I'm not exactly sure.
Maybe he thought he has like h5 or h4 h5, and the knight can't take because the knight would hang.
I don't. That's so superficial, though. That's no offense to you. I'm just saying, like, you know, if that was his thought process, that would be so, like, I don't know.
Well, I'm just
we're just trying to come up with reasons why. Or
maybe, like, he did play knight e4, and maybe he wanted, but he never did play knight b5, which was my suggestion, to target the a6 pawn, and then also get on c7. But it really only worked. The fork on c7 really only worked after queen a8 and after rook e8, so that doesn't make a ton of sense.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Well, I'm texting him. I'm confronting him over text, so we'll see.
Maybe he thought he could, like, trade off everything and take on a7. Like, trade off everything on c8 and then somehow take on a7.
Okay, so something like take, you know, knight takes, rook takes, rook takes. You can't even... Oh, I guess you could put rook on the c file. And then, like, I guess if he doesn't do anything, there's, like, takes and then queen take. I guess I could see that. Still, like, I'm not... I mean, I guess you could think, like, several moves ahead, but I'm not sure that queen a4 is the move to do that, right?
Yeah. That's my theory. Either trade on everything, take a7, or...
All right, Ethan's calling. We're getting our interview. Yo.
Hey, if you guys could wait like 5 minutes, I'll be on.
What's up,
Ethan? Get on the
Ethan?
call and I can explain Queen A4.
Okay, bet. So sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm almost home. I just
okay.
about to get there. So.
No problem. Yeah, no, we'll chill. Just call me back.
All right.
All right. See you.
I'll see you, man.
All right.
Well, why do you think he played? I gave you two of my theories.
No, those are good theories. I mean, well, the thing is, like, Ethan's like, well, I will say, like, yeah. I mean, I think he just thought that there was something with, like, the knight hanging. He could do something weird like g4. I could see Ethan wanting to play queen a4 g4. Like, if queen a4 and he just, like, ignores it. But the thing is, he played queen a8 and Ethan didn't play g4. Ethan played c takes d5. It's like g4. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, queen a8.
G4. Is it h3 just a move? G4, h3.
Yeah, I don't know.
G4, h6.
Yeah, I think h6 is a move here.
Then you got h4, I guess.
I think at some point you could just like do like this.
d4, you might as well play h4.
Yeah. Here, let's just, while we're waiting, let's just put the rest of the moves in, so just so I can we can like use it, so we have both of them. So it's queen a8, c takes d5, e takes, knight d4, rook f2.
I think we have a pawn on g4.
Oh, we do have a pawn on g4. That's my bad. Queen a8, c takes, e takes, which e takes really baffled me. I'm not sure what's going on there. E takes d5, knight d4, rook f to e8, knight f1, a6, knight e3, b5, queen b3, knight b6, rook takes c8, rook takes c8, knight d to f5, bishop f8, bishop takes f6, g takes f6, queen b2, rook e8, queen takes f6, rook e6, queen d4. Dang, this felt like an eternity ago, even though it was only like 2 hours ago, right? h4, h5, bishop f3, queen f6, queen takes, rook takes.
Why is... Oh, never mind.
Yeah, knight c4. What happened after knight c4? Bishop f3. Knight takes, bishop takes d5. Bishop takes, rook takes, bishop takes b4. See, this is when I thought things would get tricky, where you had like the passed pawns. Rook d8 check.
But it did get tricky, I guess.
Right. Bishop f8. But I thought he was like clinically winning here after bishop f8. Knight d5 was a nice find because rook takes. There's knight e7, which is what happened. Rook takes knight e7. King here. Knight takes f5. Bishop g7. Knight takes. King takes. Rook a8. I think it was b4, right? b4. Rook takes f6. Rook b6. Knight c2. f3. King f7. e4. King e7, king f2, king d7, h5, king c7, bam. And then
dude,
check.
You don't have to do that.
Right. No, you can just...
He was completely stuck.
Yes. King e3, knight e5, h7, knight g6, f4, king d6, f5, knight h8. Can then only move here king d4, but he plays king f4, which allows this. E5, f takes e5, king takes e5. I think it was just like king f7, g4 here. Is that king g7? King e6 takes h7, f6, king g6, king e7, king g5, and then it was like here, draw.
Yeah.
Yep. See if I can save this.
And king 4, I get like that makes sense, but then afterwards, even after king d4, there's like only moves that are really tough. I think sacking the rook. Could you just move the rook away, or does the king keep chasing the rook until you have to take the pawn?
That's a good question, though. Yeah, I think you can just go like... I guess if you think about it like that, it is a little bit trickier, because like you go here. Yeah, I guess at some point... Well, I guess he's in time pressure. He could find something like this, just wrap around. And then just go like here. And then you'd have more time to where you could just push the pawn and then sack the rook if you want to.
Yeah.
But
I wonder if it makes a difference sacking the rook when the king's on c7 versus c6.
you know, you can also do this.
You know,
you could just sack the rook this way, which I think is more straightforward.
Well,
yeah, because you take and then take.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but I get with flow time. I wonder what's after like king c6, rook b5.
Sorry. Yeah. Like here, rook b5, king c6.
Yeah. And then you sack. Is that any better or worse?
I mean, you still get the check, and then you stop.
The exact same thing.
I think it's the same thing because, like, you know, king on c6 instead of c7. But the idea is that the knight is still coming in, and then he can just like position the king. But yeah, I mean, and then these winning lines were just insane. Like f4, f5, and then king d4. Yeah, I was trying to look at some of this, you know, during the broadcast, or like, you know, before the next game started. It's like, you have to play this. I think it's just an opposition issue. And then like we have to play this plan. I think the whole idea is you just
G4.
make... Right. Let's just say the knight just moves. You go g4, knight goes back. g5 takes. You just create 3 passed pawns. And then you can just go, like, it's saying, oh, you go like e6, and if they push, you go here. Oh no, you don't. Don't listen to me. But you go, if the pawn pushes, you just go after it. And now the knight has nowhere to go. Suddenly, yeah. Wait, is that actually?
And I think if you push like the f pawn,
is that actually?
The king can gobble up the e pawn.
Right. But it's actually genius. I think the idea is literally you go here, and the knight's paralyzed. You know, check, here, knight has nowhere to go.
Yeah, because if you go f, then the king can...
king can go to, like, e4,
get in and take the e-pawn and just to...
You get an opposition issue, like this, you gotta try this, but this would just,
Now you get that, And if you push, like I was saying, the f-pawn... then you can't bring it up because the knight.
Yep.
Very but finding like g4, g5, that's like I get finding king d4 with opposition ideas, but g4, g5's really insane.
Yeah, that's actually pretty instructive. Actually, I know for Ethan it was like a time pressure situation, and you couldn't really like, you know, he couldn't really like come up with it. But that's actually pretty instructive, just motive like g4, g5, and you go here, and you just, you know, just win. Let's just say the king shuffles. Like, yeah, the best move here is e6. Yeah, same idea. You just paralyze the knight. And if the king ever goes here, you can push. And then you're winning.
I don't think you push right away, right? Because...
like here?
You gotta bring, like, the...
Well, yeah, I was saying if the king ever takes. Like, you go, like, here, and then you push. Right. That was crazy. That was a crazy time scramble.
But overall, this was a good game by Ethan. You know?
Yeah.
It was just the very end, like... This was a well-played game, you know?
Yeah. Oh, Ethan...
And he should have won.
Ethan's trying to call. Do you just want to go Baylor Discord?
Me?
Yeah, because Ethan's trying to call. Maybe I can invite Ethan to this. Can I do that? I don't know. We might have to go... Do you just want to go to the Baylor Discord page?
Yeah.
Can go to Baylor Discord. Mark will be there.
Alright.
Okay. Yeah, alright. See ya.
Do you just want to go Baylor Discord?
Hi, Ethan.
Hi. Oh, shit. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How's it going, Ethan?
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello.
You guys talk now?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Can you hear?
There we go. There we go. I hear you.
There we go.
All right, cool.
Can someone share the screen of the?
I got you.
Yeah, Daniel has
It's
both
like-
PGNs.
Yeah, well, it's like I have one PGN, then there's a variation for the other game, so we can do whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you want to start with the
We're
first
just
game
doing the
or
first one?
second or?
Yeah, we can do the first one.
Okay, it has the name switched, but like you should just ignore that. Oh, sorry.
You played,
So yeah, this was
the
all
first game, Ethan.
pretty good. Just didn't quite get Queen A4.
Actually, could you just invite me to the study instead of sharing screen? It's lagging pretty poorly.
Yeah, do you want me to just create one? That might take a minute, but I can do that.
Yeah, it's probably better. I just can't
Okay.
see anything.
Honestly, yeah, no one's watching anyway, so I'm just gonna like, yeah. Yeah, let me stop. I'll go to lead chess. I mean, if that's cool with y'all.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. I know you have stuff to do, Ethan, so I don't want to, like, you know.
No, I
It's too
don't
long.
have that much. It's fine. I have more time than I thought I would have. So.
Okay, bet. Yeah. Okay, so I'm trying to think how to do this. Just because the chess.com thing is funky, to where it's like, in order to like, it doesn't like save like lead chess studies do, so it's just a little bit kind of weird. Give me like, yeah, let me work this out. And of course you can't copy and paste from the DGT, which is annoying. I'm gonna do this. So I have this PGN, and then I'm gonna promote this one. I think it was where y'all agreed to a draw. It was after Bishop F5, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that was my only time I was losing. And that was the only time I was gonna scare him enough and do a draw. So.
Right.
I mean, I knew I was losing. He thought he was actually worse, which I have no idea how he. Am I on screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can stop streaming y'all. I don't think anyone's like
No,
watching.
it's good. It's good. I just wanted to know for sure.
Okay. So I'm gonna
Yeah, we need this archived forever on the YouTube channel.
for
yeah,
sure.
that's fine.
Okay, now what I'm trying to do is clear
Yeah,
all
Ethan,
analysis.
It actually wasn't so clear after Bishop F5. Like, you
Well,
were
it was clear to me because I couldn't win 2 pawns, because he had knight a4, and then I'd have to take with the bishop, and I only had 15 seconds, so I was like, yeah, we just gotta offer it.
Okay, so you saw knight a4.
Yeah, knight a4 was why I offered the draw. If I didn't see knight a4, I probably wouldn't have offered it.
Yeah.
But because I wanted to take with the rook, because then I knew I'd win 2 pawns. But if I had to take with the bishop, I didn't like my position anymore because I wasn't threatening the h pawn. And it was knight h4, not knight a4. I don't know why I keep saying that.
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah, that was the move.
Yeah.
So
Lost.
we were like, it's not that easy for him to find necessarily, you know.
Yeah.
Ethan, what's your lead chess?
It's just Ethan E543.
Okay, cool. And I'm also gonna invite you. What's your name, Mark? You're Dragon Force. Okay.
Dragon Force 64. Just
Daniel's
Mate.
inviting us on the incognito account.
Which it's gonna get exposed on stream, but whatever. No one's watching. Let me just. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm inviting y'all. I'm on the incognito account. But yes, for the whole world to see, this is all right, y'all. Oh, sorry, the names on the first one are switched. But here I can probably change that real quick. Let's see. Wait, how do I do that?
Yeah, Ethan, how did you feel overall? You had to feel okay, like pretty good during the first
Well,
game.
I mean, I was destroying him in the first game after he played e takes d5. I knew I was destroying. But yeah, no, I mean, I simply missed that he had a check to get back. That's why. Because like, if he doesn't have the check, he doesn't get back, and I knew I was winning. So it's like, that's literally the only thing I missed was the check.
That was my theory with the that as well. I thought, because I thought like this was the route, and you just pushed the pawn, right? But
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I thought.
By the way,
I completely missed that route.
Yeah, I know you're in time pressure. You were in time pressure, but you're still winning.
Yeah.
Like I think here you have to play King D4 to kind of like opposition him, and then here you only have one winning move. Do you know what it is, Ethan? Oh,
I'm assuming it's not. I'm assuming it's not E5. It's probably G4, right?
It's G4. You just have to go G4, G5, and then push this pawn. Then you're gonna paralyze this knight, and then just eventually you're just gonna win. That's still tricky.
Yeah.
It was still winning, but it's just very tricky in like time pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, I had such low time, but I should have still won. I should have won with. I mean, the problem with wait, where is it? Rook takes. The problem. Oh shoot.
No, you're good.
The problem with this is first of all, I can't do that, which freaked me out, and I also can't come back and like he can just go back and forth. And because of that, I thought, and I didn't see the check. This just seemed so obvious to me. Like it was just an immediate, like this is just.
Yeah, Mark and I were.
Like, he can't get back. Like I'm pushing.
Yeah, we were looking at like you go here and he goes here. Like it gets a little tricky. I think you could just do something like go here and like wrap around. Well, you also can do, Ethan. Whoops. It's instead of like taking the pawn to sack the rook, you can just push the pawn.
Yeah, I can go.
Yeah, just push and then like.
Yeah.
That's just that would be better.
I mean I'm one tempo short. It makes sense.
Yeah. I mean that's like I think it is more natural to just sack anyway. But like. We got what 10, 15 seconds, maybe less.
Around there, like 15, 20, like it was.
Yeah. I got you.
I mean, it's just kind of unfortunate that I keep doing this to myself. But it's like, I mean, because I know, I should win this. I mean, it's tricky. It's tricky. Not there. It's tricky here in the end game. All right, here.
Like when you took B4.
Because he wins this pawn and my knights are tied down. But then as soon as I saw that I could get this position, I was like, I should win this every time because my knights are and nothing's stuck anymore, and I'm getting here.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought... Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he, like, folded a little bit. Like, instead of bishop f8, I think he should just move his king. Yeah. And then, like, his bishop kind of stays. And then, like... I thought him playing bishop g7 was, like, atrocious. Because, like, you know, he just... Yeah, again, just, like... Just want to keep the bishop, just keep your... Because, this is clinically winning. It just 100%. Got tricky, but this is, like, clinic... I was like, I think I probably said something like, Ethan's just going to win or something like that, but...
because I win this pawn as well. He doesn't even have double passers anymore, which would be scary.
I might have jinxed it. I said it's GG's in the chat.
Yeah.
So...
I think I found the only way to lose it. I'm going to be completely honest.
To draw.
I think it's not lose, like to blunder the draw.
To not win.
I think I found the literal only way to make it complicated.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, if you think maybe you could have kept your.
Dude, I could have even like when he goes here, I could go here. Shoot, instead of push, I could literally go here, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and now if he plays here, I might even be able to sack.
I think so.
I can't because now this is actually I'm one tempo back.
Right.
Yeah. But no, we can go over the game from the beginning though, if we want.
Yeah, I'm mainly worried.
The idea of queen.
Yeah, that's mainly what I want to. But there's other stuff like this was all pretty good. I thought maybe A3 wasn't. I didn't know his idea behind knight A6. I had no clue what this was about. I know that, but I kind of thought. Yeah, I kind of thought you could just go queen B1 anyway. I didn't think A3 was necessary, but I also understand why you did it. Because, I thought he should have just gone, like, knight D7. And then, like, a lot of his ideas with, like, C5 were the same with his knight on D7. But it's like...
Yeah, I actually knew the theory here. I just had to remember it. Because this is the second move, the second theoretical move. Knight D7 is obviously the most common.
Okay.
If he goes knight D7, the move is B3.
Okay.
If he goes knight A6, the move is A3. And I just always have remembered
the move is A3?
Like,
okay. I didn't even check the theory. I kind of forgot to. I just assumed that this was, like, not good. I didn't even realize that there was a theoretical sort of anecdote there. That's good to know. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, I was debating E3 and E4, which are the top two theoretical moves.
Right.
But I knew A3 was right. Like, I just knew in my heart because I'd seen this before, and I remember reviewing that A3 was the best when they put the knight on A6.
Yep. Right.
It's also just easier. It's way easier when they don't get the knight here.
That's
like,
true. I mean, you don't have to worry about it. And, like, if Queen B1, could they like take on C4 or something like that? Like, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that was that idea.
Right. And then I actually thought this was like good thought process by you because like just because like you can play B4 if any minor piece takes. And for some, I think this was just bad. Like, I don't remember. Oh, it was like this. If he does this, I think you take and go like knight C4, and then you just get a knight to E5. It's pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But knight takes B4. I thought he should have done this knight E4.
Me too. I think if you want to press, you have to play that.
I think maybe he was worried about like this, and then after this, he was worried about like this. But like it's totally fine for him actually. I think eval says it's like equal. But I think this will be in a better version because he has the knight on E4. He still has a strong bishop on the D5 square, so he's doing okay. But knight D7, I thought that was a little weird, but that's okay. Queen B3, rook C1, and then Queen A4. So I don't know. Let's hear it.
Yeah. So, if I remember correctly, my thought process was I saw that I could take, but then he would be able to take. I did not want that to happen, so I'm forcing him to take a bishop in my mind. Which really was what my whole idea was.
So you're threatening, or you thought you were threatening to like take, and then because obviously pawn takes is bad. Bishop takes. Were you just trying to like provoke the bishop? I guess is that your?
I was trying to provoke the bishop and then like maybe get an E4 or what I ended up playing, which was I wanted the also B3 to be open, so I could really hamper down on the E4 square and put a knight there.
Okay, that's fair enough.
That's literally the. And I also was hoping like I was trying to provoke like if you're really like playing like this obviously isn't a good move and he's a good player, but I mean that's just like that's just a killer.
Yeah, no, I got you.
So
yeah, for sure. He like happens to have.
Does that work with pawn takes and bishop takes E4?
Well, it's probably knight. It's probably knight here first, right? And then I have to go back.
Right.
Wait, what do you say?
Yeah, like with pawn takes D5 bishop.
Oh, he's
takes
saying.
D5,
Sorry,
E4.
he's saying earlier. He's saying like.
I mean, I would have probably.
Like H6 and then takes, right?
And then bishop takes and then E4 might work.
E4 immediately doesn't really work.
Yeah,
I think he's saying like
E4
like building up to E4.
Thinking E4 or I was. Yeah, I was thinking either E4 or like a knight here of some kind.
That's reasonable. Yeah.
But again, this seems kind of. I don't really want to trade the bishop, so I thought E4 was what was coming.
Also,
this is the position I saw.
Wait, also E4. You could play E4 because like this.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, that's reasonable. I mean, and actually Queen A4.
I mean, I'm putting a lot of pressure on these pieces because my queen's on A4.
I don't know if you realize
they're
this.
all tied to each other.
I don't know if you realize this either. Queen A4 actually is kind of like I wouldn't say blunder, but he can actually take. And then the idea is if knight takes, he can take, and then he has B5.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't see that.
Yeah. No, that's not the reason I was, like, criticizing Queen A4. I just didn't know why you were putting the queen on that square. That kind of makes more sense now, but it's, like, it's not, like, losing for you, but it's just, like, it is worse.
I wonder if there's an in-between move.
I didn't really see one. I mean, if rook takes doesn't help, because he just trades and does the same stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have loved that.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought E takes was atrocious.
I didn't even really calculate E takes because I was like, I'm just putting a knight on D4. Like that's just an amazing. Because then I control everything. Like it's like
Right.
And his bishops, like, I control the dark squares and the light squares. Like, it's kind of...
Yeah, I'm trying to remember without looking. I think after E takes, so knight d4 was good, but you had a better move. I like a winning. I'm trying to remember what it was. My memory is just kind of foggy. I think it was like you had a move that was like +3 or something.
H3, bishop H3.
Oh, that's right. Oh yeah, we went over that. Just bishop H3, and then you just have like all this going on.
Yeah, I think that's +3.
And then some line was like...
But you're still, like, almost +2 after knight d4, I think.
Yeah, no, you're still good.
Well, it's simply, I'm winning a piece here, right? Because he can't...
Right, because, I mean, the knight...
Yeah, I'm winning a piece.
If he plays rook d8, you just take f6.
I just take...
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think bishop h3, it was hard to find a way, like, not to just lose material. Like, yeah, I mean, b5, you can just take it. Bishop c6, you can play b5, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what else? Knight d4, rook e8, knight f1.
Great, by the way, great find by him to play rook e8, pretty sure. I really thought I was going to go away with, like, I don't know, pick any move. I guess we'll pick
Yeah.
Knight f5. And now if he plays rook e8, I can snap this off.
Right.
Because he has to take with the queen, and then I can take
and then
here,
you just have
here,
like that pressure.
and then
yeah.
I'm putting hella pressure down the file here.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So I thought he was going to fall with some of that.
Yeah.
But he didn't. He put rook e8, so that was pretty good.
Yeah. I don't know if rook e8 was like the best move, but I can see like practically like that was good. And also, yeah, he has like bishop f8. I even thought maybe there were some lines where like, he was trying to play like knight f8. I think maybe if you would play bishop h3, he could like trade and go knight f8 or something. But yeah, it's just like he's kind of like holding it together. Like it's not as worse for him now. Well, here it's actually pretty good.
I thought he had to play bishop d8.
Yeah, bishop d8.
I saw queen b2.
So
yeah,
okay, so like
I was like, you can't play.
Rook takes was a mistake. He should have played queen takes for that reason, so he can go bishop d8. Apparently, after rook takes, after bishop d8, I think there was knight takes g7 or something, or was it a different variation? Yeah, apparently, there's some knight g7 nonsense like knight f5. And then I'm actually looking at this for the first time. Queen e3, and you go in. Yeah, it's kind of tricky though. It's kind of hard to just get yourself to play knight takes g7. But I think there are other moves that are winning, just such as bishop takes f6 and knight g4, for instance. Yeah, this is just like not fun for black.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I thought bishop f8 was a little weird too, because then you just double his pawns. But not only that, but you just have like these knights, and they can never be kicked by a pawn. So
yeah, I was like, queen b2 looks winning, but I think I probably have knight g4, right? I think
we were looking at some combination like that.
Equal.
Yeah, knight g4 is also pretty good, but I think what you did is fine.
I couldn't decide if it was. Yeah, I couldn't decide if it was knight g4, queen b2, or queen b2, knight g4.
Yeah,
I think they're equal. I think.
Well, like you know, like the
At least they're both completely winning.
equal eval, not equal position. Right.
Yeah.
Queen takes, rook e6, queen d4. I thought queen d4 was really good actually, because like queen g5 kind of makes sense, but I think I just thought he plays rook g6. I liked this because you're also pressuring this. Like if you need to like bail out and just take d5, you could do that.
And his bishops still can't do anything, which is really why I did it.
Yeah.
His bishops are paralyzed.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's like, was h4 good?
It was all right. I thought there was something better. But it's up there. It's like third best move. So yeah, it's good.
Was about equal to the best.
Right. And then bishop f3.
Bishop f3 was best.
I think this was all good. Even trading. I know Mark didn't like you trading. I actually thought trading was like good because like you're in time pressure. And it was, I mean, the other moves like queen f4 and then just trying to like, you know, mate him somehow. But I like the decision practically.
Yeah. I mean, the only reason you don't trade is if you think you're going to checkmate him, but the problem is his queen's there now to defend, and I'm not going to checkmate him. So it's like, I was like, oh, really, my queen's done at the job, like, let's just trade it off, and I'm definitely winning in the end game because I'm winning the F-pawn, so.
Yeah. I think it's just a time thing. Like, I think if you have more time, you probably play queen f4 and just try to, like, you know, just squeeze him, but that wasn't the case.
Well, also, this was not super clear at times. Like, you were winning, but it was pretty tricky in this end game here.
Like, I think what he's talking about was, like, after bishop takes b4.
We were like, this can be tricky.
Right.
Yeah, but I always have, I mean, I always had g4, like, I thought I was going to play g4 here until I saw the idea with their knights.
G4 was like, best move G4, for, like, several moves. Yeah. For, like, several moves, like, I think g4 was the best move. Like, here, g4 or knight g4.
Yeah, I could just play g4.
Knight g4, I didn't even look at this. Knight g4, and then you can go check. Say king f8, check, here. It says you have to play rook d4. I don't know. I thought maybe there was something concrete, but yeah. But yeah, I thought, I think you should play king h7. But I think we kind of looked at this. Yeah, knight d5 was a really good move. That was a good find. And then just, yep, should have been winning.
Yeah.
Until the fateful.
I kind of said bishop c5 by him would have been. Tougher, right?
Right. Like, honestly, bishop g7 just felt like conceding. Like, you don't really need to be trading the bishop.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, yeah. I wasn't that worried though because I knew he didn't actually end up with passed pawns.
Right. I mean that's fair enough. Like you're not gonna lose this position. It's just like, you know, it's just like, yeah. You just have to find a way to win. And this was just like drawn, just like clamps down, like, yeah.
Yeah, annoying.
Very annoying.
Annoying.
Yep.
I was losing in the opening in this 100%.
Yes, he had several opportunities. A bishop
he
f4
sacked on e6.
Yes. Right. Like I think
as soon as I played knight e7 that I blundered.
Yeah, here he could have just sacked on e6.
Yeah.
Which he didn't do.
Yep.
And that's like
Yep.
it's tricky-ish because it's like you think that after takes that like your knight's getting trapped. I think the computer was saying like you don't even take the bishop, you just play d5. You're doing like good. Because I think the knight's just playing on e6. And you know it's preventing you from castling, yeah. But it even said after like knight takes here, if if he just like sacked on h5, it's still like good. And like king is weak, like it's just like it's just pretty good for him. H3.
As soon as I played knight e7, I was like, shoot.
Yeah. I saw that too. I was like, he can just take. But he played h3. And then he played d5, takes. Rook e1. Oh, this was crazy.
The bishop, probably.
No.
I regretted it.
Well, you should have taken the bishop. I think that was the better move. But after knight takes c3, his best move is to not recapture. It's to play knight takes f7.
Oh.
And then after king takes, bishop takes. And he just says fu and he's better.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah, I imagine.
But no, I knew he was not gonna. I knew he was not gonna play knight takes f7.
The first one he could have found. He could have found the first one. This one's kind of crazy.
This is crazy. Like, this is just very counterintuitive. Queen takes. Knight d5. Bishop takes. Queen takes. Sorry, I'm trying to think if there was anything else.
Wasn't there a third sack? I thought there was.
Yeah, I thought there was a third sack too. So knight takes e6 was one.
This one I was worried about. No, this one I saw. This I think this was.
This knight e6. That's right. Yeah.
Like, oh no. I thought for sure I was cooked.
Yeah, I think it was like...
I think this was it.
I think it was it. F takes, rook takes, and you just have to play king d7, just like try to hold.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, this is not fun.
No, this is... Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
that's so...
It's ugly, yeah.
I was actually genuinely worried that there was a sacrifice, like it had to be somewhere.
Right, no, he had like a few opportunities. Queen takes c7, and then, yeah, we thought d5 was a good move by him, just because, like, practically this is scary. I think we were just...
Yeah, I thought d5 was a very good
Yeah, I was thinking here, castles, or rook c8.
Yeah, I think bishop
Those are the
h6
three.
was the move we liked the best. We were thinking f4, and then rook c8, d6, you can hold with king d7.
Yeah, see, I didn't play it because I didn't like that he could just play d6.
Yeah, but I think the
Like,
problem is he's just not getting anywhere with the pawn. But I see what you're saying. Castles... I actually kind of thought this was smart by you, because I thought it was a little smart. Like, you're kind of like going after the f pawn, like if he took. I'm not sure. It did get a little dangerous, but yeah, he played f4. You played rook a c8. Rook d7. Oh, by the way, there's this insane line. So here's the thing.
Oh yeah.
Just real quickie. So if he plays rook e7, what would you have played? Yes. So you play bishop f6. White is winning after this. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, wow.
That's absolutely...
Actually,
like, we knew
that's
it wasn't
insane.
going to happen, because, like, we were both kind of... Because he was thinking for a while, and I was just kind of like, yeah, Dan's just going to play rook takes g7, just kind of simplify. But we were both thinking, like...
Well, I thought rook takes g7 was his only move.
Yeah, well, we thought so, too, until, like...
rook takes g7 was just the only move.
Yeah, like, we were even, like, hypothesizing. Like, if he plays rook e7, either's just gonna go bishop f6 immediately. And, like, there's no way he sees rook takes e6.
Yeah.
Like, that's just insane. Like, rook takes e6 is the only move here. Like,
Yeah,
that's
we were
just
thinking
crazy.
he may blunder into it. Like we were like, if he blunders, maybe he's forced to find, rook.
Well, even
rook
then,
e6.
it's an insane calculation. Because you have to, like, go here. You have to not recapture. You have to go here. See that king h8 is the only move, and then bring your bishop in.
Either. Both were winning.
Right. Yeah. I just thought that...
Did he think he may play anything else other than rook d7? We were looking at knight takes e6. Apparently, you're better. And Ethan said
No,
one other move, but
the time that he was thinking, I knew he was going to play this. I mean, it's it's obvious that you can't do this. Like, to me, I thought it was like very clear that this is just not how you want to play.
Now, don't you just, like, take the knight?
Because I mean, I just take.
Yeah, you're just winning.
And I'm up a piece.
Yeah,
Like,
I
you
think
can't-
knight a6 is not a move, yeah.
You can't do any nonsense.
Right. No, he
You can't
has...
do any nonsense. Oh shoot, my bad.
No, you're good. No, unless he sees that random variation, he has to play rook takes g7.
Yeah, it's not even. He was thinking for a while though, so.
Yeah, no, I caught on to that too. I was like, is he gonna, like... But no, there's no way. Yeah, just, like, this, and then, I think king h6 was probably not...
I picked the only bad one, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I was worried. I mean, I thought here he's got takes.
Well, I think you should take the knight.
No.
So I think taking the knight is
No.
always better, because you just hold the opposite color bishop
But-
ending.
Dude, I'm trying to win the game, Daniel. Come on.
Oh, I thought you were trying to hold the draw. No,
I'm trying to win the game, Daniel.
No, I thought
Come on.
you're okay.
we're saying king f7, and you can take.
Trying to win, dude.
Okay, fair enough. If you're trying to win, then, like, all power to you, I guess.
I'm trying.
Okay.
I think we were saying.
Yeah, Engine says I'm better.
What?
Screw you, Daniel. Engine says I'm better.
No,
after
it's
taking
equal.
the
Shut
big
up.
one.
It's
Oh,
equal.
yeah.
No. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess in that vein, you're right, but just not h6. Because after h6 takes, this wasn't good because he has rook e6.
I didn't see the checkmate threat. That was ultimately, yeah.
Oh, you didn't see. Oh, you probably thought you had like rook f. Yeah. But yeah, I was like, I mean, if you just take.
I calculated here. Here, and I'm here.
Okay.
And like now I'm threatening that.
Right. You missed.
I was like, okay, let's just do it.
You just missed rook e6.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And if you take the knight instead of the bishop, I think his main idea is he plays h4 and your kings.
Yeah, we were like looking at this. There. It's like minimally better for white. Well, minimally, it's actually like pretty like good for white, and there are some like difficulties, but that probably would be better than what happened. Just like some mate threats potentially. I don't know, but I think rook e6 is also the other idea.
Yeah, rook e6 was the move, I think.
Right.
And I guess the point, your king has to go all the way around to get back in the game, you know.
Yeah. Like this, and then, king g7 only move. And then, we got nervous because we were like, because you were starting to like think for a while. But then you found the critical moves, bishop d7, and then bishop f5, which at first we didn't like, but then how the game played out, it was actually genius to just play bishop f5 rather than just taking the pawn, because then you just like make problems. Yeah. And then did you offer a draw? Did you play rook takes and offer a draw? Oh, sorry, the last move bishop f5, right?
I played bishop.
Okay,
yeah.
So
I played bishop f5. I sat there for 10 seconds while he was thinking, and I was like, shoot, he has knight h4, and then I immediately offered him a draw.
Oh, you saw knight h4. That is the only winning move. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny. Oh,
yeah. I saw knight h4, and I'm like, shoot, this doesn't look good anymore.
Just draw. Yeah.
Because I wanted to take. I wanted to, like, say he plays here.
Right.
I wanted to take.
Just take.
Then he has to play here, and then I win the second pawn.
Yeah, and you're doing really good here because like you just have like. You could maybe play for a win here. It's hard. It's hard to say, but it's like, I guess he's cutting you off too. But yeah, no, you're definitely back in it for sure. But yeah, that's funny. Yeah, knight h4, like knight h4, and then like f5 is really good for him.
Yeah, knight h4, and I have to take with the bishop, right?
I don't think you have to take it. You're just like suffering. Yeah.
Yeah. We're looking at...
Yeah, so I had to offer him a draw. This is the last moment I could have offered him a draw as well, probably.
Yeah, before he like...
Because I had 15 seconds.
Yeah.
We were a little critical of the time. We were like, he's got to move, you know? And
no, we were like nervous.
Pawn, you know?
At some point I was like, did it glitch out? Yeah, it was like...
And I think it is a draw if you do take the pawn, but it's actually tricky. We're looking at some tricky lines if you just take the pawn.
Oh yeah, we were looking at like takes.
Well, if I think, yeah,
just some lines where you like get your bishop out and then push the pawn. I forget what lines we were looking at. I know what you're talking about, Mark. It was like earlier, like takes, and then I think we were looking at, I don't know, but
I think we looked at like 95.
Yeah, 95, and then bishop here. And then, for example, rook c6 just loses because it takes, and like here.
And then you push.
Or maybe this doesn't lose. But I think you're a tempo up or something, you just win. But there was a different variation, maybe. But yeah, I thought maybe it could get a little bit tricky for him because of the pass pawn. But
no, I thought I had to be active.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Right. What was funny is that I couldn't tell it was a draw until like a little bit later. So I saw bishop f5. So what I saw on DGT is bishop f5, king d1, rook takes c2, king c1, rook c7 check. I was like, what's going on? I texted Jason. Yeah. He just told me it was a draw.
So what happened is, he started moving the pieces. I was like, shoot, we gotta do it. And so, yeah, that was him picking up the rook, putting it there, and then I was like, no, we gotta put it back. So
That's
I went
fun.
back.
Yeah. Yeah, I freaked out because Mark was like, he should take the knight. And I'm like, I don't know. There's some DGT issue. Yeah, that's funny.
I was like, what is Ethan doing? I'm like, why did he not take the knight? I'm like, or just take with check with the bishop and take the knight. But
yeah, take with check and then take would be better, more efficient. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was like, no. But yeah, it was a draw. And I think we were talking about it. We were like, I think the draw makes sense, you know, because you were low on time, and he is probably happy to get a draw, you know. So I think it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I if I were him, I wouldn't have taken the draw.
You just play knight h4.
Seconds,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does seem a little.
I mean, even if you don't see knight h4 and you play this, like play this
it.
on.
I think I did say that on
as
stream.
white,
I was like,
you
you should play it, but yeah.
Yeah, like if this is the position you're looking at and you're white, you probably still play it on, in my opinion.
Yeah, you don't really have much danger of losing. Like, yes, the king's cut off, so like maybe you don't have that many winning chances, but you never know with a knight. Like, there could be a fork or like, you know, because like I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, and I had 15 seconds. So
you can get.
I mean, that should
you
be the
can
most
get
important
like
part.
if you're white, you can get check. Oh, that's not even made. I'm dumb because there's e6, but yeah. Yeah. Well, cool. I guess not how you wanted it to go. 2 draws is a little tough, but yeah.
Well, I should have just won the first one. That's the one.
Yeah. No, first game you're
game,
steamrolling.
You were
him,
totally
like,
winning. Like you should have. You had the first game.
Yeah.
Really, and then this game, you know, was tougher.
Were you like tilted this game, or was it more just you didn't know what or you just played inaccurately?
Well, the opening was weird because you played bishop c4 and bishop f4, which I don't think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So like I had this thread on e6 and d6. They were like hanging when I pushed c5, and I was like confused. I normally play c5.
Didn't a guy?
So I didn't know the plan.
Didn't a guy at Pan Am's play bishop f4? I forget if he played bishop c4 too.
He played bishop c4. No, he played bishop f4 and he played c3.
Oh, okay,
bishop
gotcha.
c4. He
Yeah.
eventually got a bishop on c4, but by then I'd already castled, so there wasn't really that issue on e6.
Right. Yeah. I got you.
Yeah.
I just remember bishop f4 from that, and I didn't know if that was the same, but yeah.
Yeah, and Dan played this game really well, actually. Like,
No,
he didn't
Dan's
really
like
mess
not.
up at all. He missed some opportunities, but he did good.
Yeah. No, he played well. There were some individual moves that were very questionable, but he when he needed to, you know. I guess though when Ethan played Rook takes b4, it's like you have to get the knight to that square and it's kind of forced, but I mean, yeah, this game he played, you know, well, but didn't take the draw, he took the draw, but yeah.
Yeah, I think he just didn't see knight h4.
Yeah.
And he saw that he was losing 2 pawns, and that was enough for him to just call it a day.
Right.
Yeah. Did you show him knight h4 after?
Yeah, I immediately told him. I was like, yeah, you got knight h4. Knight h4 is just like this disgusting move that works.
Yeah.
It just looks weird, but you need to attack the bishop so I don't have the discoveries.
Right. Yeah. I'm probably gonna end the stream. We can stay on if y'all want, but I'm probably just gonna no one's watching now. But all right.
Okay.
I'm probably gonna head out.
All right. Bye, stream. Hope you have a good one.
All right.
Bye,
Good
stream.
games, Ethan.